Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Some sweet tunes. Our fave. Also, EDB's fave, as we learned yesterday, I believe it was. How's everybody doing today? DSN, first one in. Hang on. Well, let's hear that a little bit louder. There we go. That's better. Shout out to DSN, first one in today. Awesome. Happy to see you as always, my friend. Excited to hear your thoughts on the trials from today. If you were watching, I'm sure you were. So I hope everyone had a good day. We had some lovely weather here today in Greensboro. After yesterday, it was all rainy and nasty, and today it was lovely, sunny, my fave. Do-do-do-do. Squirrel party, squirrel party. So, lots going on as always in the world of trials. I'm still catching up from the testimony from today, but yeah, I'm curious to hear y'all's thoughts, especially on Colin Albert. That was a wild one today for sure. Oh, I think they added the drum beat even earlier this time around on night driving. Cool. It's the squirrel's birthday? Which squirrel? Different squirrel? Not me, squirrel. I've got tons of squirrels in my yard right now. Actually, I can see them. I have squirrels and bunnies. They're being cute, as always. Squirrelin', squirrel life. Hashtag squirrel life. So yeah, I'm curious to hear y'all's thoughts on the testimony from today. I didn't make any of Chad. I didn't get to catch up on any of Chad's testimony yet, but oh, so DSN says trying to make it party atmosphere for sure, of course. I'm sure it is a squirrel's birthday somewhere. Probably one of the squirrels in my yard even has a birthday today. So yeah, so I'm happy to see you guys. Glad to get started a little bit earlier tonight. I have some exciting news that I'm probably going to hold off until like maybe Monday or so to tell you guys. But just to say this is like a hint, I think y'all will be really excited because it does have to do with law. Shout out to Copper Horse. Happy to see you, my friend. So yeah, the Squirrel Law School University is about to get a big step up going forward here. So that's exciting. And I can't wait to be able to tell you guys, but I'm going to wait until I have a little bit more information because it's good news, but it might even be the extent of which ranges from, I guess, great news to incredible news. So, but I'll have more information about that, like I said, on Monday. And I'm really excited, but I'm going to, like I said, try to hold off. But with enough curiosity, I might end up spilling the beans anyway. So we'll see. So what did y'all think? Did you guys catch any of the testimony from today? And let me know if anyone watched any of Chad's trial. Like I said, I didn't catch any of that testimony yet. So let me know if anything crazy happened. I assume the prosecution is still probably presenting their case in chief. But yeah, I'm almost finished with the testimony from Kieran Reed's trial. but I still have a little bit left to go with Matt McCabe. That was funny though. Lolly made some jokes, which was shocking. Oh, shit. Well, let me know. What happened? Wifey is probably confused because we're starting early because she's not here yet. Wifey! Oh no. What was what's count 4? What did they do? That's insane. Fuck. Well, I'll have to make sure I catch up on that. But yeah, if you guys want to let me know, that's nuts. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It was a date error. Man, that sucks. Yeah, that stuff matters, like even if you don't, something as simple as not identifying the defendant or like not establishing where a crime took place, like the jurisdiction, shit like that, like, having a date wrong, it's a big deal. That sucks. I wonder what they're going to do about that. I guess we'll see. Wait, he saved the day? Judge Boyce threw out the complaint. I'm not quite sure I understand. Oh, the court caught it. Oh, I see. Oh, the prosecution did rest. Oh, I see. Okay. So wait, so what happened? What did Judge Boyce do? Judge Boyce was able to throw out the complaint and then they can make a new one, or what? How's that working? That's crazy. Oh, okay. Wow, interesting. Well, this is going to be a problem for appeal, though, right? I mean, hopefully I'm sure he will, a really thorough record, but, that's going to be something that the defense can work with. I mean, maybe they can work it out where they drop the death penalty, you know what I mean? That might be, I don't know, was there any talk of what was going to happen? What's the next step? Like, did they talk about that at all? I'm assuming Pryor at this point already found out, like, even if the court caught it. I wonder what he said. No appeal? What? I'm not sure I understand. Hi, Candace. Happy to see you. I'm not sure I understand what the no appeal. I mean, did he mean no appeal, like appealing that decision right now? Like, I'm referring to the appellate, like after the entire trial, if he's convicted, which, whatever, I'm sure he will be. But like, because, you can appeal a decision at the, you know what I mean? Like, there's the appeal at the time, but then I'm referring to, like, the appeal of a conviction if one happens. So, oh, interesting. Okay. Wow. Well, that's good news. Okay. It's crazy. Both of these trials have been going on for so long, it seems like. I mean, Chad's even longer, but so the defense hasn't started their case in chief, I take it, right? They're probably going to be starting in the morning. That'll be interesting. Wow. It's interesting. So Copper is saying that judge cited rules that permit errors of the check to be corrected. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then DS census, the date was correct on the original indictment. I don't know if you guys remember, but in Lori's trial, there was a similar type of error. You guys remember? It was something similar. I don't think it was a date, but there was something in terms of like something on the something on like in the original indictment didn't match. I guess jury instructions maybe or something, and so they had a similar issue with that, but they were able to resolve that as well. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it's interesting that happened with both cases, right? Where they just didn't double check. It's almost like just like a stupid mistake type thing. But they didn't catch it in Lori's trial. They didn't catch it until right before. I think it was like when they were going to do jury instructions, and that's when they caught it. Just crazy. Always double check your work, guys. Triple check, quadruple check. So did y'all watch any Karen Reed's trial today? Yeah, so DS sentencing across with Colin was a little disappointing. Defense got after Colin's credibility. Yeah, I agree. I from what I didn't really hear them go through the timeline of that night very much. Like, if at all. Like, it seemed like they were going to get into that after they were talking about the text messages, but I feel like they didn't even. I don't recall that happening at all. Like, what time did you what? Yeah, like the actual being there at the house, which is really interesting because with every other witness, they've gotten into the nitty gritty details, big time. Hello, happy to see you. Need some C's? Okay, cool. Yeah, what are your thoughts? Then there was the whole thing with like the hockey team and like the videos. That was also crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I caught that part. Because I haven't finished all of it yet. Remind me what that was about. Do you said what they said? I don't know that I made it that far. All right, yeah, Allie. So that was, hold on. She finished yesterday, though. I wonder what you're referring to. Did you guys hear the part where Lolly made a joke about the crystal light? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. They could still call them. Yeah, that might be what it is, but maybe that's what they're planning on doing. Because, yeah, it seems like there's definitely more there that they didn't get into for sure. DSN says, Allie not going home at 12:30, but rather, oh, right, the Canton High School. Right. I remember. I did hear that. Yeah, that was interesting. What was that about? Right. That was weird. Very weird. Because what are you going to do at high school? Yeah, well, Holly, I know, right? And what was funny is the delivery was like all wrong, but like he tried. He's like, look, I'm human, kind of. Freaking Lolly gaggling along. Even his sense of humor, it was like delayed. It was like super delayed too with that joke. Yeah. Yeah, that is what he said. I know. It's like, I wonder so does that mean he's going to bring it up again later? That would be hilarious. So yeah, the 2-mile drive. Right. What if Colin was using the car? That's a good point. You know, it was another thing that was interesting. He said he still has the same phone, right? He's like the only one, right, of the Alberts, and like that's interesting. So I wonder if, like, I mean, yeah, of course, like they could still then subpoena those records at some point. Somebody could, right? Good old celebrate extraction. Hello, Super Planner Girl. Happy to see you. Happy to see all of you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Love all of you guys. Y'all are awesome. World the best. So I do have a little clip here. These are some Runkleisms from the other day. They're Runkleisms that are going to be of the testimony that we're about to hear, actually. So relevant. Yay, hi, Black Widow. Happy to see you as well. Yay, shout out to Ireland. Oh my gosh, not BS. BW, typing. Best Witter, I love it. Oh my God, that's amazing. Yes, you totally should change it. That's great. I love that. Brilliant. Yeah, so we're going to watch a little bit of these Runkleisms here from the other day. And it'll be, again, the testimony that we're going to be hearing. But let's, he's so funny as usual. But first, some Runkle.
Also, if I die, I've just added some Carolina Reaper powder to a Clamato Caesar, which we're having in an evidence cup. Just to properly document this. And then maybe I'll leave it in the carport later just for, proper continuity of the evidence. We'll just leave this in a parking garage.
Definitely.
But yes, if you see me die of heat, that is, yeah.
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got two phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the two of you.
Yes.
Got it.
This bed is a junk heap. I mean, he might also be some of the garbage, but yeah.
Ever been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up the blood at a scene?
No. Objection.
What the answer's to?
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
He's like, listen, you've heard the prior testimony. We're just not that good. Like, my tools are a leaf blower and some red Solo cups and maybe a Stop and Shop bag. And that's it. Like, that's as far as we go here.
Yes. Also, I want to mention, too, that last night, oh my God, she changed it to Best Witter. You go. That is amazing. Oh my God, I love that so much. That makes my heart so happy. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Does this mean you're not going to be able to keep that for long, Black Witter? I can't. Or can you keep it? That is amazing. I freaking love it. Yes, the addition of yeah, it's amazing. DSN says, I showed my wife this testimony with Runkle commentary. What did she think? Because it seems like she's maybe not quite as avid a trial watcher as you are, but I'm wondering what her thoughts were. Yeah, the sexy, I know. I think I was in the chat for some of that when he was like commenting on that live, and I was like was doing like pickle business, like trying to like start that as a thing. A couple people picked up on it, but and in case you guys didn't see, like if you have a membership, which I was gifted one actually, he has like a pigeon emoji too, which is amazing because regular, emojis don't have pigeon specific. Oh, okay. So she can keep it. Okay, cool. Well, I hope you keep it. I freaking love that. This is amazing. Don't go black, stay best. I vote for Best Witter. So I think I've got another little clip here. Oh, DSN. Yeah. That's what they say.
So
What, if anything, have you reviewed?
No, Jackson, don't do the what if any. It's infectious. He's caught it from Lally. Soon it's gonna spread across the world. The what if any is gonna consume us all.
So yes, shout out to Runkle. We love you, Runkle. Yeah. He had me dying laughing too about like the sound of like, what did you say? Like a seal slapping its two arms together or whatever. Oh my God, dude. Wow. We're going to get to watch all that and more today. So let me pull up our video here. All right. And then we're going to.
It's a house.
It takes me by surprise every time. Yeah, you know what? You might be right about that. Of course, even if it was his face, it would still be an asshole.
Maybe
I think he might have the asshole recognition that it works with either his face or the legit part.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court.
The sidebar.
Seated. Court is now in session.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in a court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a
Y'all
police
can use
officer
the real word
for
if you want. You don't have
either
to.
just under or just over 30 years, is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you had testified in a court of law in any capacity?
What else you want to censor it?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom?
Dude.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
The way this is the very beginning of his testimony. And it's like, this is just plays dumb the whole, and and so does his fucking nephew. It's interesting though, because Brian Albert Jr. was very different. I mean, he really strikes me as, well, we're going to get into that, but like the buster of the family. But yeah, so but yeah, this is just, he starts right out like, come on, man. Like, you know what he's asking. Don't play dumb.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've
We're
not
going to
spoken
start
with
the
Mr.
testimony
Lally,
out with a good old
since
impeachment.
that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts, or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just
Candace says she's slightly loopy from lack of sleep. Are you saying, is this one of your kids that has a collapsed lung, or a kid that you're caring for? But either way, you can say as much weird stuff as you want. It's all good. But I hope that whether it's your kid or someone else's kid, I hope they are okay. Collapsed lung doesn't sound good. I don't even know what causes that. I mean, that's wild. But yeah. Are you actually a nurse, or is this like nurse duty, like tending to a kid? I have questions. Okay, it's one of yours. Okay. Wow. Well, that's good. I'm glad she'll be okay. Wow. A collapsed lung. Is that like, was she like in an accident or something? But I'm glad she's going to be fine. That's good news.
In the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you
I think they really like sheep in the Boston area because they like to say "bah." Get it? Like "bah," like sheep noise.
prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately.
I will say that every time someone has like given a disclaimer that they're going to be crazy or they feel like they're crazy or saying weird or crazy things, I've never ever thought that. So I think it just is because we all are crazy, and so it's just like normal, you know. It's all relative, right?
A few weeks ago.
Okay. Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr.
Oh, come
Lally,
on.
since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question, that's all.
No.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place,
At the bar.
I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at
Everybody
the
says that they don't remember where
DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was
Why-
here or the
why are
DA's
you
office.
being-
I'm not sure.
Tell
I
that.
also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony?
Yeah, I
And to
know.
that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you
Oh,
reviewed
for
a video,
fuck's
but
sake.
when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
I'm going to try it again.
Yeah, I know,
What,
right?
if anything,
Yeah, they need
have
they
you
need a lot of
reviewed
help.
in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior
That's
testimony.
testimony.
When did you do that?
fuck y'all.
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video, and
We all know
just
which part it
one of
was.
the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you
No.
can tell us, which part
No,
did
what would be
you
funny?
review with Mr.
You know what would be funny? What if what if there's an explanation for like the stuff, the behavior in the waterfall, bah, and like the butt dials during supposed sexy time and like what have you? What if him and this is joking, but you know, what if him and Brian Higgins, aka in my mind, I've got a new nickname for him because you know I've called him Wiggins, so now it's morphed into in my brain the Higgly Wiggly. So that's sort of like also shout out to South Carolina with the Piggly Wiggly. But anyway, which if in case anyone forgot, that's where Blanca was working when she first met the lady who got her introduced into the law firm or whatever. But anyway, so yeah. So what if like the two of them actually have some sort of like secret romance and that's like that maybe the whole cover up is about that. You're just trying to keep that under wrap or whatever on the DL and they actually are like lovers. Sorry. It makes me laugh to myself. Yeah. Thank you, Block. Yeah. They're the sheep. We've got some sheep business with the waterfall. Bah. I wonder if they allow sheep at the waterfall. Bah. I wouldn't be surprised because they allow underage drinking, it looks like, maybe, and open containers and all kinds of stuff. So you never know. I mean, sheep would be the least of their problems, honestly.
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other
Explain
people
a
I was
lot,
with.
right?
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet?
Bye
of that video?
bye.
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around,
Fooling around.
Yes.
right? See, fooling around. You guys, we all know that can be used to mean something else too, can't it?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Tell us more. What type of
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
You remember seeing the part of the video where you took a fighting stance?
This is all going to be completely funnier, and it just now it's like all of it seems like it could be all just like, you know, euphemisms, I guess, for like other things, which is hilarious.
Sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review
Right?
of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lowry.
Did you
Y'all.
discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall.
I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Does anybody know who this fellow is? On the left-hand side of the screen, right behind Alan Jackson, this dude that has his own fancy table with the computer, and he's always there with his computer with his little table. Does anybody know who that is? Because I have not heard anyone speak about him, and it's like, it's really interesting because he's in the box with all the, you know, parties, but he's not sitting at the defense table or the prosecution table. He's a tech guy. Okay, maybe. I mean, it does look like that, right? Like he does have that vibe. He gives a tech guy vibe. But I do know that, like, whenever they're talking about the exhibits and putting them up on the screen, they're addressing a Mrs. Somebody, so a lady. So I don't know. I feel like they're all saying Miss. I mean, we'll hear it, I'm sure, in this video. But like, I feel like it's all like Miss Somebody. I remember, I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but I remember I even said shout out to whatever the name was because I was like, you know, they work really hard. But it does look, he doesn't have that vibe though. So I don't know.
All we could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Right? I know, right?
Anything else?
That's what I
Not that
want.
I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to
I
change
mean, anything's
about the
possible.
testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
Yeah, no, it was a good guess.
No.
It
The
was a
fact
good
that
guess.
you've now reviewed that testimony?
No.
I think
You stick by that testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
DSN might be on the right track though.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law
I wonder if he calls them Higgly Wiggly when they talk dirty to each other. Oh, God.
enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a
Distancing from their romantic
Cambridge
relationship, possibly?
arson
Maybe.
squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
Right.
So you've known him for 15 years, and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
A little horseplay never hurt
You had
anybody.
a long road trip
Someone
with Mr. Higgins
dies.
on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
Just the two of us.
What's the question?
Literally,
You had a
you just read my mind because I was going to actually make a joke when he was like, how did they meet? And I'm like thinking like, yeah, I was thinking along those same lines. Like they met at a gay bar or a blind date. I was thinking along those same lines. That's freaking hilarious. Yay.
long
Right.
road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022?
So one-on-one
correct?
time.
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
Did anything frisky happen in that
Pretty good
drive?
drive, you'd
We know
say?
there's a thing.
Yes.
We know there's
Consider
a
that a road
thing
trip?
that happens on
Yes.
road trips.
How
Potentially,
long?
right? I'll let you
I
guys.
don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
It's a long time.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston,
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We had a date.
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes,
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins
Right?
did.
I left prior to Brian
Exactly.
Higgins eating.
Exactly.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no.
You know, did anyone ever even validate this whole story about the funeral of the police officer? Because, like, I mean, who knows? That could be completely. You just never know with these people, right? But like, I'm wondering, like, maybe it was just an excuse, like, for a romantic getaway. You know, right? A little canoodling. That's right. Exactly. At any point, did you say, and I quote, "That's not the gear shift"? Well done. Well done. Y'all are the best.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No,
That's a
So
great
that subject,
question.
according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you.
no.
You know what, Super Planner Girl? I actually think that's a great idea. And you know what? You're right that I would take it as a challenge I don't necessarily need, but because it says so infrequently, I think I think I could do it, you know, because it really does stand out. And I think they just said it twice, but like that's probably maybe marks the third and fourth time in this entire trial the name's been said. So, yeah, no, sorry. Dude, not a bird in his. Well, although, you know, there's another word for rooster, with a rooster being a bird. So could be in the bird family, you know what I mean here. Yeah, let me do what I'll do is I'll do it this way. I think I'll do it with I'll do it like this, and then I'll pull it up whenever it's said. So that way it's not disturbing the screen. So I'll do like I'll do Karen. I'm just typing it out here. Karen counter. And we just heard it, I believe, twice. I'm going to go ahead and go with 4 for the entire trial as an estimate. So like it'll be like this. And I'll pull it up whenever they say it, because again, it's so infrequently, if that works for you guys. But I think that's a good idea, actually. Thank you for that suggestion, Super Planner Girl. I didn't mean, you know, the thing is like, I didn't mean to dissect it because it was really funny, but then I realized, I was like, well, I mean, I did laugh first because it was funny, but then I was like, but hang on, you know, but maybe my mind is just in the gutter, right? Because otherwise I probably would have not have made that connection.
During that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw a video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw a video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when
I'm not
Karen
gonna
Reed and
include
John O'Keefe came into the bar,
I'm not going to
correct?
include the defendant because it really should
I
be.
just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right,
Just-
Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed on
Wow.
his side?
No,
Did Mr.
Getting
Higgins
punched
say
in a
anything
row,
to you
but,
about being
I mean-
upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John
You
O'Keefe?
should be hearing it from the
No.
prosecution, right? I mean, really.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
so I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant, and I would consider him to be a co-worker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy.
Yeah, DSN says this trial is insane. We are getting one of the craziest trials ever while it happens. Yep, I agree. I totally agree. Best Widar, yes, love it. Is saying a lady asked how a mother and son were doing on their trip and said, "How are they making out?" Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
In the family, and I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe.
Wiggly
That's fair to say.
wiggly.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago, during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. You remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there,
yes,
or Miss Little.
right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe,
Night in question.
I believe so, yes,
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night, and I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yeah, this is definitely crazy in different ways. Yeah, they have a lot of similarities, but I agree. Like, this is crazier in terms of just like there's just so much injustice here. Yeah, it's just flipping the way trial works. It's supposed to work, like just flipping it on its head. But what I was going to say here is like this is really smart questioning by Alan Jackson because this is like a win-win for the defense, right? Because like essentially it's like saying, you know, you testified under oath then as you're testifying under oath now, correct? And so it's like, well, if he says anything now that's different from what he said then, it either way, it's a win-win for them, right? Because it proves that he lies under oath, whether it was then or now, it almost doesn't even matter. It just shows that you can't trust what he's saying. So it's just a smart line of questioning about referencing, you know, that it was under oath then, just like it is now, and drawing that connection is just smart.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
The same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
There again.
Yes.
Yeah, well done.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
Remember, guys, the jury gets to decide with these witnesses They get to decide on their credibility, right? And that's why this impeachment stuff matters, because they can choose to believe, as y'all probably know, just to refresh, all or none of a witness's testimony or what have you. So that's why this really matters, right? To just show, it's like he's saying, like, this guy's just not credible. Like, even before we get into any discrepancies in his story, like, it's not credible because he's testifying under oath at these different occasions and saying different things.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You'd read the whole thing,
Yes.
and you don't recall making that statement?
No.
I love that slow zoom in onto his
Mr. Albert,
face.
have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Great camera work.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never
I'm
met
reading it
before.
right now.
Is that fair to say? Answer. No. I've never met her or seen her before. Period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well,
You want
what
to
I
actually
read
get
earlier
makes it
was,
better, man.
I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said,
Like-
I've never met or seen her before. And
Casual
then you
ice
said,
cream part.
maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
You know what I have
so
to
which
say
is it,
about this?
Mr. Albert? What were
I
you
have
saying?
something to say about
Were you
this.
saying you met her and had a conversation
Actually,
with
I
her?
apologize.
Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was,
Thanks, Nightbot.
I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
Oh,
So
for
you
fuck's sake,
literally
dude.
changed your testimony.
That's not any
within
better.
your
This
own
still shows that you
testimony.
changed it.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified
Yeah.
my first sentence with his second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said
Oh,
that.
for fuck's sake.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes.
So,
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
how shocked were you guys when he said that? Like, that's crazy. That's like, what the fuck? Because we had been, up until now, we had been in the understanding that, like, they had never met, right? I mean, this is crazy. And honestly, it's another one of those things, right? Where, like, it would have been better if this came out on direct examination. God. I mean, this cross is brilliant to me. Like, it's brutal. Because he starts out by impeaching him on all these different things, but one of the first things is about, has he ever seen her before or met her before? I mean, right off the bat, man, his credibility is shot and it seems fishy, and it just gets bad. Just gets worse from here for him, right? It's just brutal.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
Daily, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie
fuck.
Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
Insane.
And Karen Reed was there. Correct?
Yes, she was.
You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you.
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right.
Yeah, I know, right?
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022 at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
There's the lady with
Yeah,
her eyes.
it was John, yeah.
Okay. With the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it. No.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it.
No, you mean the other one's cropped.
What you now
That's
know.
what it is.
About that night, who was there? In fact,
Why didn't they
John
show you the
took
whole
photo
picture? Oh my
right
God.
next to you? Who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
And
that, please.
that's why that was objected to and sustained.
You were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay.
Okay,
So
we'll see you
without
soon,
splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
So my guess is that Karen told her attorneys that she took this picture. You know, and this brings me to another point. Again, I don't know what's going to happen because I can't imagine, again, as much as I would love to see the defense's case in chief, because I'm sure it's going to be brilliant, and we'll learn a lot more from the justice perspective, it shouldn't make it past a motion for a directed verdict, as I keep saying. However, if it makes it to the case in chief, it will be really interesting. And I've not really heard anybody talk about, especially because, you know, I'm staying away from certain places where they're talking about it. But like I've not heard any discussion, at least on like LawTube and stuff, like if she would take the stand. And I guess it's a bit soon to ask that, especially again, because really it shouldn't make it past a motion for directed verdict. But my guess is she told them that. So there's certain things. The reason I'm bringing it up is this, because there's no really point in like just speculating if someone's going to take the stand or not. However, similarly, again, to Murdoch, there's certain things where it's like, if you can see that certain things are going to be important to their side's theory of the case, and it's information that can't be brought in through other witnesses, you know, because of the rules of evidence, which are finite but not simple. For example, like she could testify that she took this picture, as just an example, because this is where I paused it and we're talking about the picture. But there's other times where I've had that thought where I'm like, you know, the only way they could get this information would be from her or not with the picture, but with other things, maybe, you know, or from John. So, and it could be information that, and I don't know, again, I don't know if they'll need it. I don't know that it'll even get there, but I could see an exception. And I know usually the attorneys are going to, you know, kind of recommend, you know, it's not advisable to take a stand. I could see an exception with this case because it is so different. And I think, I mean, if she does, I would think it would be because there's information that is really key that they can't get in any other way, if that makes sense to y'all. Right. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we so rarely see these motions for a directed verdict go through where the judge, says, yeah, like they're acquitted of charges and grants the the directed verdict. So what I'm wondering is it would be interesting to find out like what then the judge does say to the jury. I would imagine they tell them what happens because the motion for directed verdict happens outside the jury's presence. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what will come of that. But what I'm saying, I guess I would imagine that the jury would learn that, like, in other words, the jury would learn the verdict that the judge, said not guilty, basically, right? And I agree. Like, I'm sure I can't imagine the jury is probably thinking what everyone else is thinking, which is why are we here? I would imagine. I would be really surprised if it was anything other than that.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time, yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowey's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
Okay? When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I did
You were
not hit
interviewed
her.
by
I did
Michael Proctor on
not.
January
Shout out to the
29th,
room.
the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor,
My God.
quote, that you, quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph
Yeah.
of you
That definitely sounds like
at
she
the
took it.
Hillside
Okay.
Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Miss Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Miss Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
So you lied under oth when you said, I've
There
never
it is,
met
yeah.
or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement
Right.
that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
So we saw this happen in the Murdoch trial with, if y'all recall, it was one of the defense's quote unquote expert witnesses that were, making a fool of themselves. Either the Mike Sutton, Mr. Physics guy, or the other guy, I forget his name. And Palmbach, that was his name. I just remembered it. Palmbach, where they made some sort of crazy ass statement. And I think it was Mr. Palmbach actually. And Creighton, like they made all these claims. Like he said like it couldn't possibly have been someone of that height. Or wait, no, maybe that was Mike Sutton. Actually, it's probably both. Anyway, they made these crazy ass statements like it couldn't have possibly been out Murdoch, right? Or whatever. And then and they said that right after Creighton had brought up these other things that they said that were proven to be like false or whatever. And then he's like, are you as sure about that as you are about this other thing that was clearly blatantly incorrect? And they're like, yeah. And so it's really clever setting it up that way as an attorney where it's like what you're knowing is you're knowing that any reasonable juror or person, right? But in this, juror is going to hear this other bullshit thing and be like, yeah, that's total bullshit. And then when they say they're as sure about this other important, matter of fact, issue of fact, as they are about this other thing, and like that thing was bullshit. You know what I mean? It does a great job of just really, again, just, chipping away at their credit. Actually, I would say it's more like obliterating their credibility.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish?
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Here we go with the Jeep,
Yes.
guys.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So
Now,
you
these could
waited
all be,
until he moved
are
his
these,
Jeep out of
these
the
could all be euphemisms that I'm not familiar with. Like that's entirely possible. The backing up, the parking, the blocking in. Y'all let me know. Hi, wifey. I love you. I hope everything's okay. I'm sorry I haven't texted you back. You might recall that I have talked about that some things, good news that you might be aware of, and things that might be starting. And I had that going on today, and so it was crazy. I got back just in time to start the live. So I hope everything's going okay. I love you though. I love you so much. I promise I will check. I know that I need to check my messages, but I will do that as soon as I have a chance. But I love you. Just wanted you to know, in case you were wondering why you didn't hear back from me. I I had that thing going on.
Way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think
This
it's
whole thing
white.
with the
Any
Jeep is
appendage
not
on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front?
appendage.
Yes.
An
It can
appendage, you
hydraulically
say?
go up and down.
An appendage.
I didn't
you
see
say?
it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
An
After
appendage
Mr.
that can go up and
Higgins moved
down.
out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Whoa.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
Wifey, I hope everything's okay with.
My nephew Colin.
Pause this real quick. I hope everything's okay with your computer situation, wifey. I hope there's not something going on with that.
My son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
Uh-oh.
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and,
Yeah,
I'm
right,
guessing
I know.
175 pounds.
I also thought that was really funny, the mechanism of their departure. I was like, wow, that's a really creative way to put it.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
down-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom, or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin,
Yes, prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't, no.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
In what,
Conflict of interest?
in what way?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question, no.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house, right?
That's right, yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
This part is really interesting about Caitlin Albert here.
Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer
Yeah,
Lank?
super planner girl. Yeah, I didn't hear either of them say that, but I definitely think that without a doubt. It's incredibly prejudicial. I can't stand it. She also shouldn't be asking questions directly to the witnesses either, but I would say that I'll let them have it is really, actually, I think I may have even said that on a previous live stream, but yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I really can't stand that at all. It's
Like
weird.
asked
It's really
you-
weird.
Asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned. And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong.
So that was objected to and sustained because of speculation, because he can't answer what Officer Lank was or was not thinking at the time.
Right?
Only Officer Lank could answer that.
Yes,
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No,
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
no,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except
Y'all remember they practiced this, him and his wife, because Nicole said the same thing, and I was like, this is bullshit. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And he gives the same exact answer verbatim. And I guess it was last night we were watching her testimony. I believe I pointed it out because it's really it's the stupidest answer ever, and they both give it and they say it the exact same way. And it's like, and the jury, I guarantee you picked up on that because it's so bullshitty and it was so awkwardly phrased and it makes no sense. And I'm sure they also recognize that he said it in the exact same way. And it's just the type of thing that only could have been like rehearsed, you know what I mean? And talked about. Happy that you're here. Iowa backyard cam. Oh, did you guys move? I've really been enjoying. I love seeing your streams. It's crazy because Iowa Backyard Cam seems to do 24/7 streaming, which is insane. I don't even know how that works. Wow, that's crazy. And I believe I have. Let me make sure I have. I believe I have a command for you as well. Let's just see. This is my goal. Have one for everybody. Yep, there it is. Shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam. If anybody loves watching just cute animals, including squirrels, it's 24/7. Oh, okay, you moved. Wow, that's crazy because you had such a setup, and I guess I haven't seen it. If you did, I guess you said you don't have it set up yet for the outside cameras. So yeah, that's crazy. The setup was so elaborate that must have been a whole thing to move. What are you going to do about all the animals though? Because you can't take them with you. I mean, I know there's going to be other animals, but those animals are going to be so sad because Oh, okay. Wow, that was in the city? I guess city is relative, right? Like, because I guess in different states, the city might have different context, but that's great. That was the city? Yeah, the eagle one was good. Yeah, more squirrels, right? The more squirrels, the merrier. I can only imagine. Wow. Yeah, I've never been to Iowa, so I don't know. I guess, city life in Iowa. Okay, cool. Well, what I will say this about Iowa is they've got a lot of cute squirrels and a lot of cute critters. Awesome. Love that. Love that. Yeah, anyone who hasn't subscribed, please do support our friend. Um, And I will say too, like it's very soothing. And there's I know that there's some times where people have pets and Iowa, you might also, I guess I could call you IBC, right? Kind of like DSN. But like you probably have people give you this feedback a lot, but I know there's a lot of people who have like pets that get anxious or whatever when their parents leave the house. And another thing too, like with it being so consistent with like 24/7, I could see also it being something that like, cats or dogs really enjoy. Cause I know there's actually channels on YouTube where they actually say like the whole point is it's like TV for dogs or TV for cats or whatever. But like, you don't have to call it that, but like it's, what you've got going on is even better than anything that I've seen for those channels that are like supposed to be great for other animals to watch. But Iowa works. Okay, cool. Love it. Yeah, nobody Google squirrel butts. Oh God. Let's leave that up to like the only fan. I think I have seen the Great Dane briefly. That rings a bell. I think I did see that.
The fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot
He vanished. He just vanished into thin air. Like he has a magic power.
of things.
Or like a Harry Potter coat.
You didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
You know what that's like? That's just like Murdoch again with the whole thing about going to the kennels when he's like, yeah, I didn't see them leave, so I assumed they went to the kennels or whatever. Or he's like, he thinks Paul went there, but then he didn't see Maggie. I mean, of course the story changes, but it's a similar thing. It's like, well, I didn't see them leave, so like I guess they just vanished, type thing. It's just
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
oh my
So when
fucking
they
God.
said who's in
Come
the
on,
house,
man.
talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin.
I mean, I said this before, with Nicole, but it's like any reasonable person knows better, but especially someone with law enforcement background knows better that when they ask you questions about who was there, you don't get to pick and choose and say, well, it wasn't part of this group or that group, so I'm not going to count them. Like, that's just not how it works, and it's not reasonable, and no reasonable juror is going to buy this bullshit. Just saying.
Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there were,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no.
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
No, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Yeah.
Objection.
That's exactly my point. Yeah.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Be
But Colin's name
reasonable.
was never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at,
You knew that the defense knew
Yeah.
that Colin was there.
Yep. Yep.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police,
I mean,
his name was Nick.
it's fair because again, it really did call for speculation. He can't say what the defense knows. So, I mean, it was a proper objection. It was correct to sustain it, but still, I'm just like, come on, like, I wish you could have, it's just, I feel like I would be asking similar questions. I don't blame Alan Jackson for asking that.
Never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so, fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1.
So that was the moment I referred to. I believe it was last night I referred to it. I don't know if you guys remember, but that's interesting to me because to my memory, this is the first and only time in this trial so far that we've heard anyone say what time Karen and John possibly got there, which reminds me I need to update my Karen counter. But that's a big deal because I've thought about this a lot. And, it is important, okay, that needs to be established. And it should have been established already by the prosecution, right? They need to know what time they got there. And, so far, I think we heard about the text message or the call with them and Jen, which must have been in opening statements because otherwise that would have had to come in through Jen, but who obviously hasn't testified yet. But there's the couple of different ways they could establish what time they got there would be through a couple of different avenues, right? You guys can probably guess. One would be cell phone data with location services on, that type of thing, right? Cell phone pings. Two could be the car, telemetry or OnStar data, that type of thing, right? And the other way would be if they were caught on like a video, like a Ring doorbell video type thing, right? Which again, no, we haven't heard any of this stuff. And then the last way would be that I can think of off the top of my head would be through witness testimony. However, all of the witnesses have said, with the only exception being, well, okay, let me just say this. None of the witnesses have said that they saw either of them there, right? We had a couple different people say some varying statements that contradicted each other about a vehicle with a lady, but again, no one's actually put them there at a certain time yet, which the prosecution has to establish that, right? They have to. But it's interesting that we have now heard him say they came 15 minutes later, which means there must be something that shows them getting there at 12:30. And what I was thinking about this is that it's interesting. I'm surprised that came out. Like, when I went back when I was going through this video, I actually went back and I checked. I went back and watched again, the different law tubers and to see if they mentioned this part. And they didn't say anything about it that I heard, unless it came up later on, like someone maybe asked a question, like in a Q&A or something, because I don't always listen to all the Q&As, it just depends. But in other words, when the testimony happened, it wasn't brought up because I was hoping they might say something about they might say what I'm thinking, right? What I'm thinking is how did he say that without it getting objected to? Because that's, I guess, the objection could be like assumes facts, not evidence, right? Like we don't have evidence of that yet. We absolutely should, but we don't. So I think it made me wonder, did Lolly just drop the ball? Did he just miss it? Because it did happen really quickly. And I could imagine that if Lolly was just lollygaggling himself into a nap or whatever, like I could see it being possible where he just didn't really catch that, and it had already come out of his mouth. But if that's the case, well done on Alan Jackson he probably wanted to get that in, right? But there hasn't been a way to do it yet. And anyway, it's just interesting. I wonder if we'll hear anything about that further. But again, I think that is important because again, in my coverage of this and watching it and doing these videos, as the first and only time that I've heard in this trial, any time established as to when they arrived. And again, it's interesting that he was able to say that because we haven't seen the evidence of that, but we should have. Like, it's messed up that we haven't. So that's my point with that one.
45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview, if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me. And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink, grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that.
What happens in the basement? Dun, dun, dun. And remember, I'm sure we'll hear more about it, but we talked about this last night, how it's interesting how there's that time, right, where they disappear for those couple minutes and they're not accounted for and they leave the group. I have a feeling that the defense thinks they went to the basement. That's just a guess, though.
I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever. Including that night, specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
I want to point out that on direct examination, and I pointed this out at the time, but I'm going to say it again now. On direct examination, he says that Brian Higgins had never been inside his house at all, except maybe to use the bathroom. And now he's saying it's not true that he hasn't been upstairs. So again, changing his testimony. I mean, not that it's surprising, but again, these inconsistencies matter, right? If we're trying to figure out what really happened. And I agree, absolutely, Super Planner Girl, that all of the adults definitely have aged. Yeah, I agree with that.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd.
So did you guys notice how he really enunciated it like that? That was brilliant. He is reading a direct quote, but the way he's enunciating it really makes, it brings that attention to that, to make sure the jury hears that he used he, as in Brian, used the word it back to back like that in one sentence. And the other thing I will say too, love pointing out these inconsistencies, had plenty of practice with this with Murdoch, of course. Nicole, of course, said that Chloe was fine with strangers. It was only dogs. Do you guys remember that? And then I think Candace maybe made the joke. Somebody made the joke that, yeah, she's fine with strangers except for the people she attacked and ended up in the hospital, right? But Nicole still, even with that, being presented with that, maintained that Chloe's fine with strangers. And of course, we have Brian, who had said previously in testimony with the grand jury that Chloe is not good with strangers. So love it.
Probably a decent guard dog. If she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay.
I wonder if she was barking because people were like disappearing, right? Like that would freak my dog out. Like if people were just like all of a sudden materializing out of thin air as a mechanism of showing up to a party or a murder scene. And that was their mechanism of materializing, was just like all of a sudden, like, materializing out of thin air, or same thing goes with their leaving by just sort of like dissipating or evaporating into thin air, which seems to be the case for like Colin and other people who can't really be accounted for lots of odd things. But yeah, Frodo would bark if somebody just sort of like vanished out of thin air or appeared out of thin air in my house for sure.
Okay, but she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance,
Right.
on January 29th, in the early morning
Yeah.
hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs.
I mean, one could object to speculation there that he's speculating what Chloe was thinking at the time, but whatever.
Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you a dog mind reader, sir?
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs.
I mean,
and you
really, you just like with any other time where there's speculation involved, we know that the solution to that is you have to bring in that person and they have to testify to what they were thinking at the time. So I think the solution here is we need to bring Chloe in and we need to ask her what she was thinking at the time. And, Chloe, why were you barking? Woof, woof, anyway.
monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house, and the dog's not great with strangers.
You know what's weird is that that's a lot of it's. Like, even if you're not going to say her name because of like distancing, you could at least say her. Like, that's a lot of it, to where that even sounds weird listening to it, and it would be weird to say because like that's the redundancy, right? Like, it's interesting.
Period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were.
And what's funny is I forgot that this was in this part of the video, but last night, I don't know if you guys remember, I actually mentioned, I was like on direct, I think it was his direct examination. They kept talking about the upstairs, the dog being upstairs. And I was like, I feel like there's something funny about that. The fact that Lolly keeps talking about it and asking questions about it. I was like, there's got to be something about this that they usually kept the dog downstairs or whatever, that the dog wasn't upstairs because they kept making such a big deal about him going, he keeps saying, I'll go upstairs to let her out and upstairs to do this and that. And then sure enough, here it is. It's like, yeah, they actually know that the dog was kept downstairs. So that all tracks.
Over, right?
As per usual.
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries,
Like, it's just so crazy, right?
dog bites and
The defense doesn't need to raise reasonable doubt here. They really don't. Like, if this was, okay, if you only had, this is just my opinion, right? But let's just say, because again, this trial already is breaking every type of norm. Let's say that it also broke the norm where there was, I mean, I know it's not possible, but let's just for the sake of fun, like say like there was no defense team, like there was no defense. Like, let's just say this trial was just only Lolly with these witnesses doing the same thing he's already doing with the same questions and all that. he'd be proving the reasonable doubt himself for the jury, in my opinion. I don't think you even need the defense, like Lolly's doing it, because he's making their case for them so much of the time, right?
Scratches. In May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident that we're discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident
Yes.
we're discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize.
You guys, shout out to my mom. My mom is here. Yay! Best mom in the world. If Wifey is still listening, I know Wifey will say something because she always talks about how much she loves my mom. So that's awesome. Actually, I can do a, I bet let's see, does Nightbot want to do a command? Actually, I'm going to play the video and we'll see if Nightbot has any ideas.
There were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm.
And by the way, she's saying Piglet. She's referencing Frodo there because I call him my Piglet. And so that's what she means. So Piglet, that's Frodo.
Right?
Objection.
They'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Wouldn't he? Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street looking at your house, are your bedrooms?
Okay, let's test this one out. Nightbot, what have you got? Do you have something for my mom? Let's see. So, by the way, I call my mom Schmommers. Oh, so there's Triple R. Love you, Triple R. Let's see what we got. There it is. My mom is a saxophone player. So there's from Nightbot. Nightbot says, hi, Schmommers. And also let's do a hug as well. Nightbot is so cute. Yay.
Windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street.
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Yes, indeed.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Upper.
Yes.
How many windows?
popped
3 or 2
it out the
service
bar.
that bedroom?
2.
Do you see what is displayed on that
Cute.
on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
Wait,
The
wait.
house at 34 feet.
Sorry, hold on. Let me back that up. There's a better answer for this. Hold on. Let me make sure I get it to the right spot. Okay, let's try this
Visible
again.
from the street.
Hold on,
Yes.
guys.
Which windows would they be?
Just wait.
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Do you see what
Wait
is
for it.
displayed on that
Wait
on
for
that
it.
television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
There it is. Had to do it.
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you've just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. Thank you, Alan Jackson, he's definitely going to see this live stream at some point, I'm sure. So, like, shout out to Alan Jackson. But thank you so much for directly asking, what is that you see in this picture here? It's a house. Oh, it'll always be great.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Yeah,
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Black Butter. Best butter.
Toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I thought you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view is the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record,
house.
the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook.
I parked the car at it's a house.
Directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn.
Yes.
Furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room?
I think recode is a word. I mean, uncode, but I think recode is a word, right? Like if you code something and then you do it again, like Britney Spears situation. Oops, I recoded it again type of thing. Let me look it up. Well, it's a brand of prescription medicine, looks like. It looks like there's a bunch of companies named this. Well, it's definitely a popular name for companies. Oh, sorry. It is in the Merriam. Here we go. Merriam-Webster. The meaning of recode is to code again. There you have it.
Relates to the windows.
You learn something new every day.
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay. It's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's just weird also. There's a lot of there's so many weird things. The list of weird things is endless. But one of them is that it's weird that, like, why there's so much back and forth describing the interior of the house when, we could just see the inside of the house if there were like they could present evidence, like the prosecution who doesn't, right, they don't really present evidence. So I guess that would be part of the problem. But, if they chose to do that like a normal trial, then we could have pictures of the house on the interior and then we wouldn't have to be splitting hairs over some of this nonsense, right? But on the bright side, there's one thing that we do know that has not been in dispute yet. It's probably the only thing that's not been disputed yet in this trial, and it's that it's a house. Also, just because while I'm thinking about it, every time. Oh, pooch.
Maybe 5 feet.
Thank you, Mom.
6 feet.
I agree. Yes, Chloe. They do need to. Yes, they do. Absolutely. My mom probably has no idea what's going on in this trial, but she's super smart and already picking up on the fact that, just like in the Murdoch trial, right? These dogs are like the key witnesses. You got Chloe and you got Bubba. I mean, it's really kind of crazy, right? All these different similarities. And hopefully y'all listened to the part last night where he brings up the railroad tracks behind the house, because I died when I heard that. Like, I was like, of course there's railroad tracks. How could there not be, right? You have a dog as a key witness, you have railroad tracks, and then, of course, you have sirens going on during the trial and the rest of the list, which, of course, is really long at this point.
Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the window.
Brilliant. Wifey says if that German Shepherd, so triple R wifey, if that German Shepherd has a chicken, it's game over for Karen Reed. Brilliant. Love it. And also,
hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. There's a chicken.
DSN is going to be so disappointed he missed this. That's all I'm saying. DSN, if you're listening, get your butt over here. Also, in lieu of his presence.
Yes.
I know that it
6
is
feet being
it is awful.
from
It's
me to
horrifying.
this little. Maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
Maybe this far?
Maybe.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Mom, if you have any questions about what is happening, if you are so inclined and you want to know like what is happening, just let us know and I will explain it if someone else doesn't beat me to it. Because everybody else that's here has been watching this trial and been here and knows what's going on. So just if you want to know who this fellow is that is lying on the stand.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives?
No.
Sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked
My
in front of
God.
your house that morning, correct?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there.
Oh,
No.
come on. That's not
You've
the
seen
point,
photographs
man.
since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
Oh, come
No.
on.
Were you aware that
I will just say, of all the things, there's so many things this jury's not going to buy, but one of many is going to be that all of this happened with all these emergency vehicles and that the dog didn't bark and that nobody saw any of those lights. It's just not, it's not plausible. It's not possible. It's not reasonable. It's nothing.
there were emergency responders, first responders?
Yeah,
who
right.
were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
That was interesting. He used a word there we don't hear very often. Din. He said over the din of the wind and the snow. Interesting. Very, of course, because like we said earlier, Alan Jackson's definitely going to be watching if he's not already watching because he's probably got nothing better to do right now anyway. But shout out again to Alan Jackson for using the word din. I'm trying to think of how I know that word from a song. What song is it from? I will remember when I'm not trying to, but din is a word that you don't hear very often. And it means it's like a noise, like a background noise, like he said, what was it? The wind and the snow or whatever, the din. It's like now I want to remember what song that's from. Anyway, I'm sure I'll think of it. Don't worry, guys.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where her mat was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now
Oh,
Chloe's
boy.
in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the
Going around
closet
it.
area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
The likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
System.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
Okay. And your explanation,
I think it might be in a Christmas Carol song. Now I have to find out. It might be in a Christmas Carol. Now I'm looking it up. I can't spell Carol correctly. Oh my God. Okay. No, that's not it. It's suggesting Ding Dong Merrily on High. No, there's no Jeep. Google, not helping me. Man, yeah, no, it's goodness gracious. I'll think of it. This is
Is that you
important stuff.
and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through
Walk the
the
cot, sidewalk.
entirety of that commotion on your front lawn?
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
What was the basement used for in January of
Back to
2022?
the basement.
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes.
You know,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
Yes.
There was all
now I'm trying to think. Now I'm like thinking, it might be that I used it in one of my own songs at some point, honestly. I can't, it'll come to me eventually. But yeah.
also some plywood downstairs.
Like the Tiny Timothy dude. No, I mean like a Christmas song. You know what I mean? Like not, okay, let me now we have to just clarify something. If anyone wants to know what my favorite Christmas movie is or holiday movie, what have you, it's Muppet Christmas Carol. So just shout out to Muppet Christmas Carol. But yes, that does have the Tiny Timothy dude. In Muppet Christmas Carol, though, it's Tiny Kermit, which is even better. But yeah, I'm saying like a Christmas song. And but I did a Google search and I couldn't find anything. The din of the something. It'll come to me. Goodness gracious.
Yes.
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
Yes.
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
Yes.
The workout equipment would include things like, what, barbells, dumbbells,
Yes.
heavy weights,
Yes.
heavy bars
Yep.
made from metal.
Yep.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to...
This is freaking fascinating. Let me back that up a second. Back it up. This is fascinating. I am so I don't even know what the right word is. Happy, pleased, whatever, also shocked that he got this question in with no objection. I wonder again if Lollygaggle if he's still lollygaggled himself into a nap, because this would be a second one, right? The first one was a little bit earlier with the 12:30 time period that he mentioned. And I feel like Lollygaggle hasn't actually objected since before that. So maybe he is having a nap. So because this is I don't know. I just feel like this is objectionable, but I'm so glad it wasn't objected to. Let's hear it again.
Through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase
I guess he does object.
rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up.
Yes.
I mean, you guys, though, right? The flooring had been ripped up. It's just
And that-
flawless.
Opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
Yes.
There was also some plywood downstairs.
Yes.
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
Yes.
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed.
And the weights are down there. The basement.
Yes.
The workout equipment would include things like, what, barbells, dumbbells,
Yes.
heavy weights,
Yes.
I would love to see a picture of this basement with this stuff in it.
heavy bars
Yep.
made from metal.
Yep.
If you wanted to move something
Here's the
large
question.
or heavy out of that basement without
Wow.
having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
He does object.
I'll allow it.
Well, she allows it. Okay, there you go. Wow.
Could you rephrase the question?
Oh, can you rephrase it? You're joking me. Do you not understand English, sir?
Say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having
I don't think he was expecting this question. That's what I
to
think.
go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
That's interesting. I just caught this. Okay. Remember how I keep thinking to myself that it's really important where all these lollygaggle questions, right? But they all end up being revealing of something. So, Lolly asks all of these witnesses, like whenever he talked to everybody who was at the house that night, right? Including people we have yet to hear from, like in terms of our recaps, like the friends of Brian's. But like, you guys remember how he keeps asking about what doors they go in? And I'm like, I feel like the doors are going to be important. And then he's like talking about the layout of the house and where's the kitchen in relation to the living room and where was everybody sitting? Where was everybody standing? And remember, there's people that say they were standing in the kitchen. In fact, I think that's what they say. I think they say they hung out the whole time in the kitchen. This could explain why that matters, because the prosecution is, well, I guess, I don't know. Who knows what they're thinking, because it doesn't make it, nothing they're doing is making any sense. But one would imagine that if they were actually trying to use their brains, they would be thinking, well, if they've got these witnesses that are coming in and saying like, yeah, we were in the kitchen the whole time. And then you hear testimony like this, which is like, you would see it from the kitchen window, right? If someone was walking out that gate, which he adds, that was not part of the question, but he adds that, which also again is telling, right? That Brian Albert adds that part about you can see it from the kitchen. Okay, this is actually becoming clearer in my head as I'm talking. Like, that's becoming clearer to me that he's adding that to back up, which now shows the intention. So again, the prosecution might be thinking, well, so we got these witnesses that are like saying they're in the kitchen, and then we'll have him say like, oh, well, you can see it from the kitchen. So it's like to say, well, clearly that means no one came out of the basement because they would have seen it, right? However, they go to quote like what EDB would usually say, it cuts both ways, right? Because clearly the jury is hearing all this testimony that everyone's timeline changes, everyone's plans change. When people come and go, that testimony changes. People call for rides and then they change their mind and all this and that. And there's something really fishy right around this time period. And so then you can say, well, it would make sense that they did see it, right? And so then because they saw it, they're being pressured to change their stories about when they were there and all that. So anyway, just pointing that out, I think it's interesting because, let me back that up so you guys can hear what he says specifically. Because again, he's also adding that in and it wasn't part of the question. So that's important too.
Without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
That's what she said.
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
So I just wanted to say also, wifey, do you guys, the LDS, do they not do Christmas carols? Because I feel like if like that would be new to me, and that'd be a new fact. I thought I knew like pretty much everything about LDS at this point. So you don't have to be sorry. And also I missed this from Iowa here. The Firajaka ding ding dong. Yeah, I know there's some songs that say like ding ding dong and stuff like that, but that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of something else. I just can't remember it. So, but hopefully you guys see what I mean about this part about the kitchen and the backyard.
Do you see
Oh,
it's depicted on the
creepy
television
basement
screen.
pictures, you guys. I just have to put this on the record. I hate basements. I think every basement is creepy, except for like the rare basement, which is only a half basement when like I've been in like maybe one of these in my life where it's like you go downstairs, but like one side of it is completely windows and like above ground. So it's like on a hill, but like that is like, I don't know, half basement, I guess, right? Or whatever. But anyway, I would say like this looks like a death trap to me. This looks like a horror movie.
Yes,
Does that appear to be the
Go down
same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here, yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings?
So no one's made this clear, I feel like. And I've asked a lot of questions about this bulkhead door. This is from in the basement looking out. So the thing that I feel like no one's made clear, and I want us to look at this in this picture and use our brains. If you look at it and you're like, okay, there's the doorknob. He's pointing out the doorknob down there, right? So it's like here, it's like this picture is taken as if you're in the basement. Now, remember, this picture is really skinny. So what's on either side, that's actually the dimmed lights in the courtroom. So that's not part, which was confusing me at first, the first time I saw it. I was like trying to figure out, like that actually changes your perspective if you think that the entire screen that we're seeing is part of the picture, but it's not. That's like the courtroom. So only the orangey part in the middle is the actual picture that they're showing. But it's from the vantage point as if you're in the basement and you're leaving. So if you look at those stairs, that top door, and I kept asking people, what is a bulkhead door? And they're like, it's a door. And I'm like, I don't think it's a regular door, right? Like, I'm wondering if what a bulkhead door actually is, and if it's what we're looking at here. It's like a door, but it's above you. Like, do you guys see what I mean? It looks like that door is overhead, like as if you're in a cellar, right? Does that make sense? Or does anybody know? Like, that's horrifying. Don't ever go in there again, please. Best order. Interesting. A split level. That's interesting. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So that's what I'm thinking, but no one made that clear in the trial. And also I was like in Runkle's chat asking people, and I think maybe even EDB, I don't know, but like I kept asking people, like, explain to me this bulkhead. And like everyone was like, it's just another door. But like this to me, you can't describe that. That's not accurate enough, right? Because this is completely different, because it's like an overhead door, right? Like a cellar door, completely different. This is a different situation. Like, that's weird. And see, here's part of it too that I wonder. Because here's what I'm thinking. Does this mean you can't open it from the outside? Like, if you look at this door, it looks like the type of thing that you would open from the inside, right? But is there a way to open it from the outside? DSN, I hope you don't have a creepy basement like this. Also, you missed some good Murdoch stuff a few minutes ago. We were talking about you.
Open or closed to close off the basement.
Yes,
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
yes,
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I thought.
And that bulkhead door, which
I don't
where
like
the light
that at
is
all.
emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, it was.
Yeah, okay. I don't like this at all. Like, this is creepy, right? It's like that, it's like where you would keep someone to trap them,
In
right?
that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
Okay, so see, he says like a sandwich or something. And see, I remember being like listening to this and be like, I'm so confused. Can someone help? Like, so now that I'm seeing it with the picture and we talked about it, and he says open up. Now it's like, okay, opens directionally up. But like if you're not thinking of it that way and you just hear someone says, yeah, door opens up, you're not thinking up like vertically up in space, right? Because it's like you open up a door, Well, that is also normal language for talking about a regular door that's not a creepy cellar type door thing. That's what I thought, that there's a latch. That's what I thought, right? Because otherwise they would blow open. That's what I thought. And it doesn't look like it. Let me back up to the picture again. It doesn't look like there's a regular handle either, right? You see what I mean? It looks like the type of thing where you push it open and there would be a latch. So it would be a really, like, that's creepy. Like, I wonder, is there also a latch from the inside? Like now, like let's take it out of this context and think of like people that have tornadoes and they have like storm cellars. They must have a way to latch it from the inside too, right? So that it doesn't blow open when they're inside of it. Oh, is it like 2 doors? Is like 2 doors that open up? I was thinking it was like 1 door. You can kind of see in the center of it, there's a thingy, and it looks like there's a wire there. And I don't know if that's a hinge or if that's a thing to pull it. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that your basement's not creepy, DSN. I wonder too, so the bulkhead is what makes a bulkhead the fact that it's a creepy cellar door, but it's also in relation to a basement? Or if you have like a cellar door, like a storm cellar, is it also called a bulkhead? Because I feel like this is a specific thing, but like they just don't do a really good job of describing it. Now, I don't know, maybe a lot of houses in that area have that and the jury knows what that is, but I feel like they could have done better at making this clearer. Okay, it's 2 doors. Interesting. It's 2 doors even from the very top of it, right? Is that what you're saying? Like the vertical sandwich style door, as he says. Right, like in the ending of Twister, yeah. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Side note, that movie is what inspired my brother to become a storm chaser because he saw that. I guess we were kids. I don't think I was there. Actually, I think he was probably practicing. But he saw it when he was little, and then that's when he decided to become a storm chaser. So, yeah. Shout out to
Secondary
Mant.
stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
Too late, DSN.
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay.
See, even listening to that, though, it's not clear that they mean vertical in a way, right? So here's the gate thingy. Yeah, look at that, though. Isn't that interesting? I mean, that's pretty dang convincing, or compelling, rather. Because look at this. Right to that spot. Hi, Candace. Yeah. And then right there you have I'm gonna pause real quick. The you know, like instead of the elephant in the room, it's like the electrical box in the room because it's like the electrical box that like nobody wants to talk about and like figure out why it's there. But they're just like, we don't know anything about it. It has this weird door.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flag.
DSN, you might have missed this part, but like I was actually saying like that really, if you really thought about it, and like even if there was no defense, I mean, obviously it's impossible, but like let's just say there wasn't, just for the sake of thinking about it. Like, let's just say there was no defense and it was just Lolly doing the exact same thing he's been doing, right? The same line of questioning. Let's say everything else is the same, but you don't have the defense cross-examining. I still think that Lolly would be proving reasonable doubt to the jurors by himself in this case, the way he's doing it. But that's just my opinion. But honestly, I mean, really, like if you really think about just the prosecute, like, yeah, it's reasonable doubt. Every witness so far is only reasonable doubt. It's wild.
Is that an accurate representation
defense is sharp.
of the layout of the house when you lived there on January
They're doing a great
29th,
job.
2022,
Yes,
with the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
yes.
Another thing, right?
By the way,
They probably can't get into it, but why were those doors? So we know now, the jury knows now also that those doors were replaced. The flooring was ripped up, I guess replaced, right? Plenty of, what do you say, plywood, concrete, flooring's redone, and the doors were replaced. I mean, like that is a lot, right?
the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually
Insane,
conduct
right?
investigations as a detective, correct?
It's insane. A sergeant detective with the Boston PD. And just look at all this. I mean, even just the fact that there's no freaking remorse or anything for a fallen officer, and we all know how they take it with that brotherhood, right, of the officers, law enforcement, and like the fact that like it just like we've said in other cases, right? It's like if you didn't have anything to hide, which I mean, this is pointless almost because it's clear that they have a lot to hide. But let's just say, for the sake of the argument, you would be like, I can't believe I slept through it. I wish I could have done something. I can't believe I didn't come out of my house. I don't know how I didn't get woken up and like, I'm torn up. Like this is a fellow law enforcement officer who you kind of knew, but he was like a hero in the community and he's found dead in your yard. I mean, you don't have to have anything to like only like in my mind, only someone who has something to hide because of some involvement. That's like the only way you can get your head around not feeling again, like I mentioned it before, but like some type of survivor's guilt or even just some empathy. And it's just really crazy the way this whole thing is talked about. And it's so crazy, especially with like his rank and everything too, right? Like it just makes it even more, not plausible that like, just like if any, like you think about people that should know what to do in this situation and do correctly, right? Like when he's trying to give all this like plausible deniability, quote unquote, that like, well, that's not what they asked. They didn't ask who all was there at this time, whatever, right? Mincing the words with the questions. It's like, I mean, Alan points it out, but like, it's like, what they were asking, you know what I mean? It's like, they wanted to know who was there that night, obviously, right? Things like having an interview right after the fact, separating witnesses, all this basic stuff. It's all stuff that he knows. And that's the other thing. It just takes it up to a whole other level. Okay.
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes.
Not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
Yes.
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
Yes.
You have experience and training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
Yes, there's civil service tests for the rank, but yes.
And you've investigated crimes, I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
No.
You've never investigated anything like that?
No.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct? Find
Sometimes,
the mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Did you guys catch that? That was brilliant. I don't think anyone else noticed this that I heard, but like in terms of commentary, but I think that was intentional. Let me replay that so you guys can hear what I mean, because I think that's really brilliant. Shout out, third time tonight to Alan Jackson. Third shout out.
Their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct? Find
Sometimes,
the mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart.
Do you guys hear that? That was brilliant. He made it seem like it was just like a slip of the tongue because of the way he structured his sentence, as if like he got ahead of himself. But that was on purpose, I think, for the jury. Because he says to cover up investigations. And then he goes, oh, I'm sorry, I mean to cover up crimes that are to thwart investigations. Let me show it to you one more time, guys. I think that's really good. That's not easy to do. Like, if he didn't pull it off in that way, it would have been objectionable and probably stricken from the record. But he pulled that off.
yes,
That's not easy.
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes.
Really well
thwart
done.
investigations,
Well
correct?
done.
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, in 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective,
Well, it did
you
get
don't have any
objected to, but she
training in what techniques
Yeah.
criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No,
Objection.
Let the answer stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to.
I have to say, if I were a juror here and I lived, I mean, I guess they can't live in the Boston area, but let's say I have relatives or whatever, coworkers, people that, friends, certainly that live seems like it must be really close to Boston, actually. If anyone knows how close Canton is to Boston, let me know in the chat, because I haven't actually looked that up. And I don't know if that's even come into the trial. But I would imagine they know plenty of people. Like, I would be concerned, like, what are we doing here? Because, like, how do they have no training in any of the stuff that seems relevant? Like, basic stuff, right? Like, they have no training on, like, the technology. Like, what? Like, what are we doing? This is a sergeant detective, and it sounds like, like he doesn't have any training in anything relevant. So, anyway, I would be concerned.
Utilize electronic data to go after
Okay,
them?
thanks, PSN. I figured you would know. Thank you.
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
Shout out to Rhode Island and New Hampshire.
Things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, and communications, and things of that nature, obviously.
Yes, yes,
Clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after
done.
this type of.
He handled that really well because he got all his no's from him. No training in this, no training in that. Really well done that he says, well, what about common sense? Well done.
evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in
Here we go,
0888
guys.
back
Here
in
we go.
January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
They-
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this?
Do it.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17.
Do you guys remember when we were doing Murdoch and I was like Scrimp? Shout out to Scrimp. So now we've got Mass Scrimp. Hold on, let's figure this out. Let me back it up. Back the thing up.
Your Honor, if I may read this?
Yes, there's no objection.
You know, I have to say 31 miles. I think you could do 31 miles in 10 to 15 minutes, right? Depending on the speed limit. If anyone wants to math that seems possible. Like, how fast would you have to go? 120 miles an hour. Okay, right? So maybe not. But still, 20, yeah, maybe, I mean, in that vicinity, perhaps.
Thank you. Quote,
It's okay, DSN. I
you are
forgive you.
hereby notified
You
that
won
the
last night
defense
with
in the
this
case
point.
of Commonwealth versus Karen
Actually,
Reed, Norfolk
I forgot. I should be doing my game, right? DSN won last night with the points. Like with that, whose line is it anyway? Points don't matter situation. DSN stole the show with 5 points, I believe, last night. So I'll try to think of some more opportunities for people we can continue our game.
Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P.
So Master Crump.
17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not.
Isn't that also like gang terms for like fighting words, like put you on notice? Isn't that like a gang thing?
Not alter, delete, destroy, or in
Clearly, I've never been in a gang.
any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated.
Except for Except for there's one gang. I don't know how I forgot about this one. The STS gang. Shout out to the STS gang.
With the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So a couple things. First of all, somewhere in here they had the voir dire of these records. I skipped that because it's the exact same questions that we get outside with the jury's presence. In fact, I think he sneaks some extras in, some extra questions in. So it would have just been redundant. Also, I wanted to also just say that I love a lot of the words that are used in like the legal terminology. And one of the words I really love, I don't know why, I just really love this word, pursuant. And I love it whenever I get to hear that word. I just think it's great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded
My phone, it's been rehomed at a farm in Vermont.
and traded in for a new phone.
your phone was upgraded and traded in for
We just got rid of it. It went to a lovely farm in Vermont type thing.
for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according
Surprise,
to you,
surprise.
you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered
Yeah,
preserved,
that's fishy.
right?
Rephrase the question, please?
Oh my God, man.
This order, it was just stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all.
Okay, so hold on. So wifey, love you so much. Has a question. This is prosecution's. Yes. This is the prosecution's witness. So I think if you're referring to the super fast speeds in the chat, that's nothing to do with the witness or any theory or whatever. That's just us trying to figure out how far away Boston is from Canton via mathing. As you know, we've been there together on this. So that was me trying to figure out how long it would take to get between the two if they're like 31 miles apart. That might be what you're thinking about. If you're thinking about speeds, I think that might be what you're thinking from reading the chat. Right. Iowa says more like his phone went the way of the really old dog that went to live at the nice farm. Exactly. And I was saying this too, right? Isn't the farm thing, that's a euphemism. Am I using that word correctly? I think I am. Of like when it means something else, right? So like, that's like the lingo, right? When you're saying that the animal, went to go live on a nice farm, right? Like, that's why it's so crazy when when his wife's talking about in Vermont and like says it's a farm. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Yes, I agree. Dude's completely full of poop. Okay. Yeah. So no, that's okay. You don't have to do the math. I'm just saying, I didn't want you to be confused and think that those speeds were related to anything in the case or whatever. That was just us trying to figure out how long it would take to get between the two because I asked. It's not relevant actually. So like, it was just my curiosity. Because I was like thinking to myself, like, how far away are they from Boston? Because we know they're close, right? Oh, that's a meme. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with it. Shocker, right?
Happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you
went to
knew
go live on a nice
that
farm.
all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not
Don't be.
talking about a
I can't
backup.
with it. I
We're
can't.
talking about
I can't because he's playing coy, and it's like this isn't. He knows the difference. He knows the difference. He can't pretend like he doesn't know the difference. We even know the difference, and we are not sergeant detectives, for Pete's sake. Like, we know the difference. Like, everyone, like, I mean, not everyone. Okay, maybe not your average person, right? But any law enforcement, first of all, and then people who are really super into deep diving trials that, like, AKA Murdoch, where there's a lot with phones, are going to learn. I mean, like, your average person is going to know what an iCloud backup does, right? And which is what he's going to refer to, your phone calls, your pictures, blah, 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 right? But law enforcement would know, as do we, that there's all this other stuff, right? For example, your orientation changes, your lock and unlock of the lock screen, all that type of stuff, right? Facial, all the stuff that we talked about at length in the Murdoch trial that is not part of the iCloud, that's not transferred over. He knows this. This is just bugs me. Ugh.
the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't
It
know.
becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the
Stop
very
it.
data
Stop lying.
that you
Yeah,
were ordered to preserve would have been.
I also wonder, that's a great point. I mean, that is really important, right? Somebody tipped him off from the DA's office, it would seem, right? And so the day before,
Destroyed,
problematic.
according to you,
Problematic.
the day before.
You think the DA is going to tip off anyone else in this
Correct.
situation? No.
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Oh my God.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
I like, do you guys see what he did there? He used the phrase gotten rid of. That was smart. That was brilliant, right? Because in case the jury's not making that connection, using those little phrases. See, here's what I love about this. I'm really catching a lot of things. We all know that a great closing argument, okay, a great opening statement is gonna say, here's the picture of the puzzle, and we're going to show you the puzzle pieces, right? Like, here's what the evidence will show. A great closing argument is going to tie all those pieces together that maybe you aren't quite so clear and you can't make those connections typically, right? Like, you can't say this means this thing, X, Y, and Z, right? Like, that's just not how it works. That's argument. But what he's doing is brilliant, because just in case the jury's not making these connections, like everyone that's watching this trial is making these jokes, right, about the rehoming and getting rid of and the similarities with the phone and the house and the dog, right? But we are all hearing about it from like the joking point of view, but also like it's a real thing point of view. But just in case the jury is not making that connection with the getting rid of, and they already had talked about the dog, let me back this up so you guys can hear how brilliant this is. He uses that again in here. This is a way to make that connection for them now, because the earlier the better, right? The earlier the better, because if you can, I mean, just in case by some off chance they're not already like, yeah, this is fucked, what are we doing here? Just in case you want to get them on your side, right? He's doing this in a brilliant way without actually arguing, just by using the same phrase. Let me show you.
The day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
Got rid of. The jury, if they hear that phrase, they're going to be like it's going to, in their mind, even like subconsciously, I would think, it's going to be like connecting it with the same thing like the dog, right?
I upgraded my phone.
They're going to argue, if they get to closing arguments, they'll argue that. But see what I mean? It's like, it's better that they make that connection for themselves ahead of time. It's brilliant.
Around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
Yeah.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No.
Could have been the 25th?
Yeah,
No.
So you're absolutely sure
crash bomb.
that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hi, Super Planet
Sustained.
Girl. Glad you're back. Yeah.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone.
So in other words, essentially what that's saying is, well, clearly that he's getting a lot of favors. If it weren't for that, this here sergeant detective would be a convicted felon, essentially, right? That's what he's showing to the jury, that if this dude didn't have special privileges because of the family name, he would have a felony on his. I mean, like, that is, this just reminds me a lot of like the dismantling of Alex Murdaugh in a way too, right? I mean, unfortunately, again, shout out to South Carolina for actually making justice happen, right? Massachusetts, I hope you can follow in their footsteps, please.
On September 22nd, 2022, hours
Yes,
before
exactly.
you were ordered to preserve it.
Yep.
That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that
Dude, I love how he says happy birthday. Oh, it's so good.
a coincidence?
Objection.
I mean,
Sustained.
yeah, but still, it's still good. He deserved it, man. Because he tried to throw that birthday thing in there, and he's like, sorry, no. Shut down. He's just like, I'm not having any of this. I love it so much. Okay. Super Planner Girl says, I found out that it was the prosecution and the defense who wanted to stay on the trial. Okay. Interesting. I wonder why the prosecution wanted it. Huh. That's interesting. Maybe they were hoping, maybe Lolly was hoping he wasn't going to have to do this. That I couldn't blame him. I mean, this is a horror show. Maybe he was hoping it would just, maybe he was like, I'd rather end up in jail over this than have to go through with this trial and do this in front of the world. That's fair if that's the case. If I were him, I would feel the same way. Paul. Oh, yeah. That Paul was the scapegoat. Should have been defense and prosecution. You're saying it was both of them, though, right? I mean, right. Well, okay. Yes, ideally, in the interest of justice, a prosecution should want that to be done. But this prosecution team / DA's office, clearly, that's not at all what their interest is, as evident by the fact that this trial is happening at all, or like that these charges were even brought in the first place, or any of it. So that's why I guess I'm saying I'm surprised that they wanted to wait, unless it's just to save Lolly the embarrassment. I think that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to see what wifey's asking here. I think what she's trying to say is that they jumped on to make it seem like they care about justice. That's what I'm getting, if that's correct. Like because they're like trying to make it look like it's not as shady by being like, oh yeah, we also want the federal investigation to play out because they know people are going to find out, right? Like they tagged along, like jumped on the bandwagon. I think that's kind of what I'm in understanding of the tone here. I don't think they want anything aired out. Like I think I mean, at any point, either side can make a motion for a direct, like at any point, they could actually stop this. The prosecution could, technically. They could be like, you know what? This is stupid. Let's all go home. Like she's free to go, whatever, like they can do that. It doesn't have to be the defense to make a motion for, it's just that you would never see it happen, right? Like normally, but technically anyone can do it, make a motion for the directed verdict, and they can do it. They don't have to wait for a case in chief. I mean, typically that's the way it's done, but they can do it. What is it, like sua sponte or whatever? And it can be like any time. They could just, but that's not happening. They're still presenting a case. No, that's not, I don't think that's the thing. I think, unfortunately, I think the feds are trying, I think that's what the feds are working towards, for sure. The prosecution's still going forward with this, surprisingly. So, yeah, to make them look good. Okay, so I think so hopefully I was on the right track, it seems like, with that, yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, because, they look like, it's a PR thing, right? That's what, because they're under a lot of scrutiny, as they should be, and like, can you even yeah? It's not. It doesn't help them, but it's just it's like they're on their last leg and they're about to get to the death rattle. You know what I mean? Like in terms of anyone's trust in the prosecution and the DA's office here, right? Like, and they're honestly, in a lot of ways, this isn't a good reflection on law enforcement either, which isn't fair. Okay. Like, but if you think about it, okay, let's bring it back to Murdoch again. Remember how all the attorneys collectively in the state were like, this is harming everybody, right? This is harming our profession. This is making people not trust attorneys, all this and that, right? And that was a big part of it. There was a collective thing there about the justice for their profession and all that. I mean, the corruption with the law enforcement is worse, in my opinion, right? Because that's the government. These, in Murdoch, at least it was civil attorneys, right? This wasn't government. I mean, this was civil attorneys. And yes, his family had a history of that in terms of being the solicitors and stuff, but it wasn't like law enforcement, right? It wasn't like the same amount of, it wasn't as large of a body in terms of like everybody is subject to following what law enforcement is doing. Like this affects everybody, not just if you reach out to an attorney for something. Like, you guys see what I mean? Like with the law, I mean, they're enforcing the laws. It's just, to me, it's like, this is even, in a way, it's a lot bigger in terms of like how much they should want to fix this in terms of the corruption. And if I were a police officer or in law enforcement, I mean, how are they not all in an uproar the same way that the attorneys in South Carolina? Like, I don't get it. Like, how are they not like, hey, this is beyond an embarrassment. This is beyond an embarrassment to other police officers and other detectives and investigators who do their job correctly and don't use, for example, red Solo cups. I mean, I don't know what's happening. How are people not... like, again, just from the cops standpoint, never mind anything else. Just if you were a law enforcement officer, how are you not like, I don't even know what the right word is, like incensed by this? Because this is like, for people that do it correctly, seeing the red Solo cops, and honestly, we're going to see a great example when we get to the, I think it'll be on the next video, the testimony from the doggy DNA person. When they ask her about the Solo cups, and her reaction to that is a beautiful moment in this trial, probably going to be one of the top 10 moments, by the end of it, of like, that was brilliant. And her reaction, and it's like, you don't even need to see that. Everyone with common sense knows the Solo cups, but that was still just great. It was a great way to use that witness. But imagine if you're a detective. I mean, we think about how people reacted even to just simple little errors in any other trial, because every trial, every investigation, they're never perfect. There's always some sort of error, but usually they're not intentional and they're kind of not that big, and it doesn't make or break anything, and it's not nefarious and blah, blah. But still, people come in there and they're like, yeah, I can't believe they did it this way. They did this. Just look at this. I don't even know. I'm running out of ways to just, like, it's just, how the hell are people... Again, like, from anybody, you could think about from the people who live there feeling like, well, this isn't safe, or from, again, law enforcement, like, this is beyond an embarrassment to our profession. Like, people aren't going to trust us. Like, this is messed up. I mean, there's just a lot. So, yeah. Charges got upped. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Super Planner Girl. I think that they're like, hey guys, hey Lolly, we have a present for you. Like, you want to do, I don't know. I do feel like they're I mean, do I feel bad for him? No, I see what you mean though. I see what you mean. I do think that they're, again, they threw only one guy on this entire thing, and it is maybe their least, good, their worst attorney, whatever. I know, right? Runkle drinking. Actually, and I think you weren't here at the very beginning, but we watched that. You know what? Just for fun, because it's I was gonna say close. That's not the right word. It's short. I'm so mad about this, and I am also. Here's the thing. As y'all know, I've not had great, I am not okay. I'm trying to use my words carefully. The interactions I've had with law enforcement either were like none, or like, but regardless of my own personal whatever, like, I know that just like with any group of people, let me put it this way, with any group of people and with any profession, There are people that take the job really seriously. I know that. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. There's people that really take it seriously and do a great job. And it's not fair to them. This isn't fair to them. So anyway, I'm just saying I'm so incensed over this for their sake that I can't even speak properly. So I used the wrong word. So anyway, let's watch this little video real quick. Just for fun.
Also, if I die, I've just added some Carolina Reaper powder to a Clamato Caesar, which we're having in an evidence cup. Just to properly document this, and then maybe I'll leave it in the carport later, just for proper continuity of the evidence. We'll just leave this in a parking garage. But yes, if you see me die of heat, that is, yeah.
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the two of you.
Yes.
Got it.
This bed is a junk heap. I mean, he might also be some of the garbage, but yeah.
Ever been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up the blood at a scene?
No.
Objection.
What the answer's to?
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
He's like, listen, you've heard the prior testimony. We're just not that good. Like, my tools are a leaf blower and some red Solo cups and maybe a Stop and Shop bag. And that's it. Like, that's as far as we go here. So.
What, if anything, have you reviewed?
No, Jackson, don't do the what if any. It's infectious. He's caught it from Lally. Soon it's going to spread across the world. The what if any is it's going to consume us all.
Freaking love it. So DSN says Lally reminds me of someone just covering. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Okay, manslaughter's upgraded to 2nd degree. Okay, thanks guys. I didn't know. I guess I maybe knew that, but again, I don't know. But I'm not sure I knew it because I don't think that wouldn't come in at the trial. So yeah, I know. Everybody. I mean, same with like Laura, even though he's always very optimistic and smiley, he also has moments where he just gets genuinely sad. I mean, as do I. Like, I just, again, even though I don't have any connection to law enforcement or whatever, this is just, how can you not have empathy for people who do it correctly when you've got the red Solo cups and the grocery bags? I mean, it's it's horrifying. And then, of course, not even to get into, for the family, it's just, yeah. But let's go back to here where we were.
At another hearing.
It's horrible.
In June of 2023. That exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And DAs are elected officials, right? So that's another thing. Like, when you think about that, like this, like DSN, which I agree with this, right? The DA's pushing this is like, it's easy to forget. I think I even forget, even though I know this, it's like, it's easy to forget that a DA is an elected official, right? Because there's a lot of times we only learn this through trials, really. And like in law, where there's people who you think are appointed, but they're actually elected. And it's kind of like the coroner, for example, but the DAs are elected. So, we know judges are elected, but like the DAs, I guess that's not always on the forefront of my mind. So when you think about that, that changes things, because sometimes you have DAs that like, are like EDB, right? I mean, she's not a politician. She's an attorney. Like, she's a brilliant attorney. But then you have other ones who maybe are a little bit more on the politician side, where they really are. That's what they're thinking, right? It's like they campaign. I don't know. Like, there's people who just, I think, end up there because they're really good attorneys and they really care about justice. And there's other people who maybe just campaign and get donated, all that, right? Just like your other politicians. So when you think about that, and you think about it from the fact that, okay, well, if they're an elected official and they're kind of in that politician side, again, it would make sense that like there could be ulterior motives going on, right? There's a lot of things at play when you add that in to all this. That just makes it really yucky.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it? Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. There's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
Oh my God,
June of
dude.
2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but
That wasn't the
when they were
question.
asking
Oh my God.
if and when that conversation took place.
Doesn't really
You know,
matter.
it's like, I don't play video games, but I know there's a thing in the video games where it's like, finish him, right? Or movies or something. I don't know. That's how I feel about this. It's like, this isn't going to help you. Like, nothing can help you. Jesus, Buddha, whoever, the spaghetti monster dude, no one can save you. No one can save you. Like, this is like watching, I don't know, just someone get torn limb for limb or whatever, like on the stand. I mean, just whatever thing he's saying is not helping him. Dude, if I were him, I'd be like, just agree with whatever's being asked and get this over quicker and get off the stand. That would be
I
my
think so,
goal.
yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones.
Like,
When do you
you're
think
not
you had
helping.
that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
It's
Well, you just
incredible.
said
Well,
you
lack
can't rule out the
self-awareness,
fact
right?
that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phone.
The only circumstance I would buy that from him coming out of his mouth is if he followed it up with something like, we didn't have that conversation because we were too busy making out or hanky-panky things. Like, in that case, fine. Okay. If he were to say that, then I would believe it.
Sir.
Like, you're going to have to give
Correct.
me some good reason, in other words.
Correct that that's what you're reading?
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
Oh my
So now you
God.
just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was,
Yeah, he's
I
like, "Don't worry,
know
I'll read the whole
there were
thing."
conversations about the phones.
Not
I
gonna-
just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of
Gonna make it
his
worse.
phone or not. End
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help
Dude, did
refresh your
you
recollection?
guys hear him laugh? I don't blame him. Let me back that up. He laughs because he's like, what is wrong with you? He's like, you're asking me to read it verbatim? Okay, fine. You got it.
In June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins? End quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not. End
Right.
quote.
Right.
There's the
Does that
laugh.
help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
I
You're aware
love
Brian
that
Higgins has
side.
also gotten rid of his phone.
I love that side.
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian
Yes
Higgins,
or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question
Right.
that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Not plausible. Not plausible.
I mean,
Not
You're
plausible.
aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Did an
yeah.
investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did
I mean, what's great about that, besides the fact that it's lying bullshit and then also the snark, is that it flies in the face of Mr. Homie, Mr. Solo Cups dude, who's like, yeah, we didn't have consent and we didn't have a search warrant and there was no blah, blah, you know, I mean, it's just crazy. He's like, I wish they'd come in. Okay.
an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Here's the video. It's a couple of guys having a little bit of some foreplay, maybe some foreplay among bros. Higgly wiggly. Who was that dude? Did you guys? I haven't noticed that before, even though we've watched this a million times. But like, I guess I've stopped really paying attention. But did you guys see this guy here? Let me back it up a second. They may have talked about him. I'm not sure. Okay, I didn't go back far enough. It could have. They may have talked about this dude that I'm about to point out, and it might have happened earlier in the trial. I'm just wondering if anybody remembers anything about a certain fellow here. Let me back it up far enough. Okay, I'll see if this is good.
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Yeah. Look to the right, and there's a dude in a plaid shirt moving in and out of the frame. Hold on. There, that dude. He's about to say something to them. But we know who that guy is. You guys see who I'm talking about? I think it's a plaid shirt because I don't recognize him. Although we know this is terrible quality, but does anybody know if they've talked about who that is? Oh, that is the Greek guy. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, DSN. Thank you. Yeah, fooling around. Yeah.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Higgly Wiggly is
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that
Oh,
what you and
come
Mr.
on.
Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No.
Any explanations?
I mean, didn't
No,
they walk
just-
into his
Show you a
direct
clip
also?
and-
Yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, you've given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, well, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and
done,
hanging out and fooling
Alan.
around.
Another shout out for him.
Describe what you're doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Oh boy.
Describe physically what you were doing.
Do you really want to know, Alan? Are you sure you want to know? Don't ask
I
if
was-
you want to know.
Playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Oh
Otherwise
God.
known as a
Oh
fight,
no.
correct?
Oh no.
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting
Oh
stance?
dear.
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah.
What were you two talking about? You can tell you're talking, right?
Yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Oh my God. I can't. Guys. Sweet nothings. Whatever.
You see what you just did?
Yes.
What'd you do when you slapped his right arm?
Oh,
What did I do?
God, y'all. I
What are you doing?
can't
It
even.
looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
God.
I'm gonna ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you
No.
doing? Why are you grabbing him
No.
from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
There it is.
No,
Is
I
that a
don't think so.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go
I
with
mean.
it.
You guys, it's just. Oh no. Oh man. Oh dear. Oh my God. Y'all.
You see
It
what
really.
Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
It really does kind of look like you could interpret this as flirting, right? One wouldn't have to, it would not be a stretch.
When you
I'm
let him
just
go,
saying.
what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
No, there's no assault
Yeah, I
happening.
don't know if it made contact or not, but
Really, they end up kissing, actually. They're really, it's kind of like they're flirting-ish. I mean, best case scenario, they're just goofing around, but you know, these two guys are like, you know, it's like this whole joke, right? Because then there's the butt dialing that happens and stuff in the middle of the night, you know. I mean, I was joking around earlier, like, you know, maybe this whole thing is the cover up is to cover up this romance, this forbidden romance, forbidden love affair. I mean, I don't know. So it is funny, but also like it's yeah, this is not an assault at all, I would say.
Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
Right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Like,
Yeah, I don't.
you that he's
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, these not the victim. Just in case you, because I know you've been maybe watching the whole thing. Like, the victim's not involved in this. So neither of these individuals got harmed or anything that night. First of all, and then, oh, okay. Well, I mean, with in this situation with these two broed up dudes, and like especially with one of them being so, I don't know. It's along the lines of the jokes that have been happening. Let me just say that I've been making and other people have been making in terms of this dynamic. I don't think it was. I think it's, you know, that's mild compared to a lot of the jokes about what's been going on with these guys. I don't know if you've heard many of the butt dial jokes, but you know, we'll get there. It's pretty funny because even just the line of questioning from the attorney is like, from Alan, is like, I don't know, it's hilarious. But yeah, like, this is one of the moments though where the defense is stretching to try to make it seem like there's something to this in terms of them practicing a fight. I mean, I cut a lot of it out because it gets really redundant, and it's also just, it's not going anywhere. And it's again, because our standards are so high with them, because they're doing such a great job, it has made a big deal out of like a big flop, in other words, right? Like, but I mean, it's one of the few missteps that they've had where they have taken this entire thing and tried to make it seem like they're practice fighting on purpose. And when it's clear that if they're either playing, but if you want to joke around with it because of the butt dialing stuff in that context, you know, it's they slap each other on the butt and then they have a kiss, right? So, you know,
playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting.
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's
just summarized it really well with one sentence. A tale as old as time, forbidden love among grown men with the same first name. And also that just reminds me of Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Whatever the words are. But yeah. Do 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 do. On it. Yeah. Actually, there's some parallels there now that I think about it, right? The forbidden love. That's part of the plot for Beauty and the Beast. Now that I think about it. Interesting. So yeah, if you want to understanding this trial, I think Beauty and the Beast, you could get there that way with that for sure. But yes, wonderful summary there. It's pretty flirty. It is. I think there's one more clip he shows, and I think that might be the one where they wrap up their little, whatever you want to call it,
just fooling around,
little escapade.
just like I was.
But if a
You're
grown
just
man
fooling around,
grabs you from behind and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
I mean, maybe he's stretching his groin area.
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
Like, that's why in my mind, see, now it's like every time I hear it, it's like practicing, but maybe not practicing. Like, you can swap anything related to fighting with like sex terms, right? And I think that's
how would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see
Correct.
anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Let's get physical.
Sure. The only person I remember being physical
Right.
with.
Hold on. I interrupted. Hold on. Sorry. My apologies. Let me back that up a second.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was
There we go. I wanted to get his answer. Let's get physical. Physical. We all know what that means. Good night, wifey. I love you. Love you very much. Sweet dreams. Know that your wife always loves you.
fooling around with Bryant.
Okay, play it just a little bit longer. We're almost finished.
I mean, he just said, okay, you guys, he just admitted to getting physical with and fooling around with Brian. I mean, it doesn't, it's magic. This is magical. There it is. It was, look at their, oh, cute, their hug. Oh my God, doll. I mean,
You can take that down. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And, is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
No, it's just you two, correct?
Yes.
oh, loving. That makes
Mr.
more
Albert,
sense.
this is minutes
makes more sense.
before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes, I
Yes.
think that's accurate. Definitely.
Going back to the morning of January 29th.
That comes across in the video.
Everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, and people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
I don't know why this just popped into my head, but I was at the Trader Joe's the other day. You guys know I love it there. That's this song came on that again I hadn't heard in forever. It must have been doing like early 2000s-ish, but I can't remember who does the song. I'm sure somebody will know. But it just for some reason this just popped into my head with talking about these two Bryans, right? And it's the song, the smile on your face, do, 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 do. And then it's like something like when you say nothing at all. But I don't know. I can't remember who sings it, but I can hear it in my head. But like, it's like, I'm just picturing them like singing the song to each other, or, like listening to it. And it's just really funny to me. So hopefully someone else can get like a laugh out of imagining the two of them like cuddling and like this song, like you say it best when you say nothing at all. I don't know. It's just hilarious. And like, that works for them too. If they're just like, grabbing you from behind and like giggle, laughing, but like it's all like caveman where there's like very little talking, but it's mostly like physical, right? Let's get physical, right? Like the physical, they are hugging and shit. And then it's like juxtapose that with the song where it's like when you say nothing at all and like, now it all makes sense, at least to me. Yes, I agree, dude. I got some angry vibes from him. And that was before they played those videos. And then when they played those videos, I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. But his attitude, man, dude, that's an angry fellow. He was sober and he seemed angry to me. Like his demeanor so far has been actually different than anyone I think we've seen on the stand. I mean, I don't feel like I've seen he was downright rude in my opinion. Really. I mean, he was rude and he was like, what are all the words? Arrogant, rude. But like we've seen that, but like there was something else about him that was a different quality that I've never seen somebody on the witness stand with, and it's going to be hard to articulate. But he had like a lot of things that other people have, but there was some other quality that I was like, wow, this is new for me. He also came across to me as not very intelligent. I'm not trying to be mean, but like in all seriousness, like maybe he's not, maybe I don't know, maybe he got punched in the head a couple too many times. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to belittle, you know, I've had a lot of concussions myself, but I mean, I don't know, it just, I'm gonna stop talking. I don't want to offend anybody. Yeah, making love out of nothing at all, for sure. Brian McFadden, it's a lady though. Let me do a quick Google search. It's like a country type voice, which again, I don't listen to country music, but oh, it's Allison Krauss. Allison Cross. Allison Cross. I don't know. Krauss. So however you say that, that's who sings that song. Oh, I didn't notice that. Is that like the color of his shirt? I was actually listening more than I was watching until I heard about the videos, and then I came and looked. Yeah, he was definitely entitled, but there was another quality, dude. Very immature, definitely. The immature, juvenile, definitely. Like I think maybe that's one of the things that's different because we don't usually have people. Well, I guess maybe we have people that age, but a lot of times they're mature. Like he came across as like, what's the right word? You know, he's not a teenager anymore, but he came across like a spoiled brat teenager who also is too strong for his own good and could really hurt people and like just really angry. And it's weird because, you know, we heard from both of his parents, and I don't think we've gotten any of his siblings yet, but like his dad didn't come across like that at all. I mean, I've really, it was like, it was kind of just, it was a different vibe than I've ever gotten. Yeah, definitely pompous. I don't know. I'll be watching it again, you know, when we go through, probably even before I get to the video of making the video of it. But I'm sure when I actually watch him more, because again, I was mostly listening, I'll be able to articulate better. There's a certain quality, and I want to make, we'll yeah. Oh, interesting. Bridgewater State. Where is that in Massachusetts? I mean, the other thing too, just from listening, like his affect was, there was almost like an amount of like, sorry, way to put it, monotone, kind of like apathy, but angry. But it was like everything sounded the same. I mean, he answered everything exactly the same. There was never any like thought put into the answers or like pausing or like emotion or like in other words, I've never heard anybody really communicate like that. And again, so I was listening, so like for the most part, and I was just like the answers, it was just, you know, like when most people talk, there's like inflection and stuff, right? For everything that he answered, it was just like, it was really weird. It was just weird. But it all had like an angry undertone, right? And all of the other things that you guys have already said, and I've already said also that, but like, there's another word. I'll think of it. Anyway. Okay, it is in Massachusetts. Oh wow. What did you major in, DSN? Computer stuff? You seem like a smart computer person.
What did you do to get ready for bed?
Yeah, a frat guy. Definitely a frat guy. Yep, for sure.
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Here we go.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in the bed?
We have 5 kids, and if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses in my phone.
Why does he have the
In
reading
bed with
glasses
me.
though? And for real.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
Bravo, Candace! I'm giving you a point for that. That's a good one. The nightstand is in the bed with the phone as well. Thank you. That is brilliant. Well done. Well done.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
And what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
Look at
I remember the phone being on the bed.
his face.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged. It's whether or not it's charged.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Oh my gosh.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said
He never charges his phone ever, therefore. I
4
mean,
questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes,
You've been out of bars that night, correct?
oh, finish
Then
him.
yes,
yes,
you weren't charging your phone. We just saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Nope.
right.
So when you got home,
You know what I love? I love that he refers to the video there for no other reason than to give insult to injury. This is like brutal. I love it so much. That's just in case the jury forgot that we just finished watching that video. Brings it in. Oh, Alan.
clearly put your
Beautiful.
phone on a charger. didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed,
Yes,
okay? And your glasses,
yes,
right between the 2 of you.
yes.
Got
The
it.
glasses is the best part. Why is it? I mean, I have glasses that I only wear at certain times, like if I've been reading, like teaching for a long time, and like the sheet music, and the computer screen. Sometimes it's like it just starts to strain my eyes. Like I have glasses. I don't wear them all the time, but like I have glasses. But I think even if you don't have glasses, everyone knows glasses are fragile. They're made of glass. And that they're notorious for breaking, right? People drop the tape in the middle, whatever. Even the arms or whatever you call them getting bent. Anyway, you sleep with the glasses in your bed. I mean, okay, right. And the nightstand. Thank you.
Does your phone have a ringer on it?
They call
It
me.
does.
Oh my god, that just gave me a really funny visual. Like 2 people in a bed, and it's like, oh, a ring a ding ding. Hello, hi. Who's It's like that's
Have you
hilarious.
thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
And as if he's just giving us another gift here by including vibrate in the conversation. I have to
Depends
say.
on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I mean, it might be he doesn't want to lose the vibration effect for certain reasons, but he could put it on ring and vibrate. You can do both. There's a combo option, right?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
He's like, if you really knew what went on with the phone, you wouldn't be able to handle it.
And you know what I'm about to ask you. Which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
Because we're about to get.
So
I
that's
s-
sustained. That's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
Yes,
What
Daddy
else
Short
is in
Nut.
the bed with you?
Yes.
Your keys, your wallet, any other
Yes.
pocket items?
Yes.
No.
Brilliant.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yep. I mean,
Yes.
such a great point because that's brilliant. Oh man. I mean the fucking nightstand, right? The nightstand always be nightstanding.
Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
The jury's got to. I don't know how they're not dying laughing or just I don't even know what face palming, whatever. I mean, because it's like this is like a slow death. It's like a train wreck, and you're just watching it happen slowly, and you can't stop. And it's like, but it's like brutal, man. It's like you just see it's like you can already know where this is going. You already know who it's going to be, and I feel like you're like oh no, like it's like I remember it's like I have this feeling watching this where I'm like like they do in a scary movie or something with the hand in front of the face with like one finger and you're peeking out behind it like I can't watch but I can't not watch. That's like this when you know where this is, where this is going and you're like it's so painful but I have to watch it.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
There it is. Yes. What a miracle.
I don't recall the exact
What a
time.
miracle. Yeah.
After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
His face.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between
Three-point Candace,
1:45 a.m.
you got to have a surface
6:30 a.m.
Jenga.
that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
Oh no! Oh, I'm
So I have to
dying.
explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Kind of like a butt dial.
Kind
How long
of.
have you used
You mean it wasn't
an
your
iPhone?
butt?
A long time.
Um,
Oh boy.
as a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
I mean, if it were me
Hence
at
my-
this point, I would just run. I would just get off. I would just run. I don't care. They could try to tackle me. I would be like, I'm running out of this courthouse and I'm gonna make a run for it. Like literally, like I don't know how. It's just the only solution at this point.
Question, you knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw it. You indicated previously at a different hearing
Yeah,
in
but
June
dial
of
his butt,
2023 that you were, quote, hanging out
But
with
wait,
your wife,
there's more.
and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally
boy.
sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then
Boy.
that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
But then it wouldn't
What
explain
you
it.
said
What's the
was
point
you
saying
were in
it?
an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read
Don't
me
do
or
it.
show me.
No. Oh, he's like, oh, I'm glad you asked. As a matter of fact, I do. You know what it's like? You guys remember in the Murdoch trial when Mark Tinsley pulls the freaking documents out of his pocket? That was so sick, man. When like Barbara is like giving him a hard time, and he's like, I got it right here. He pulls it out of his jacket, and it's like, here you go. It's like that. That's like this. It's like, oh, well, glad you. As a matter of fact, here you go. Like, you want to get like, dude, I can't.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask. Is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sistine.
Right?
Does
I
that
know.
refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing?
So he just gave
That-
him,
Just the first part of that.
he just gave him the
Does that
testimony.
refresh your recollection?
It does.
Yeah, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
In my mind, that
Isn't
might
it
be
true
accurate,
that at
right?
the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
And but he's thinking about Brian Higgins. Like, again, is all of this just to cover up his true feelings for Brian Higgins?
Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls
Dude, his face,
during that time
his
frame?
face,
If we're going
and
to
the
discuss
deep
those.
breath.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Whose
He's
number
like
ends
dying.
in 5421?
So I have to say his glasses look intact. So I guess he puts them on the nightstand in the bed. That could be how they're still intact.
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length.
Yeah, I know.
And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52
Y'all, this is the best part. Hold on.
seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you,
Look at him. He's like, oh, let me take a look again. Let me take a look. It's not helping.
isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how
Hold on. Okay, yes, I know. It's right. He's also like actually trying to answer the questions before the questions finished being asked. It's completely different, but you guys, this is the best part of all. This is Alan Jackson's brilliance right here.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
Y'all. Oh, I mean, thank you, Alan Jackson, for that. That's incredible. That's incredible.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
You can't make this
Yes.
up. You can't.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him.
He goes, what's that? Oh my God.
And then-
Let's listen to that again. It's so good. It's my favorite thing. Hold on. Let's just listen to that again.
It was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to clip this and make a thing. Like I'm gonna just to keep it like to pull up. Like this is gonna be in my arsenal of like, you know, like with Alec Murdoch talking about Bubba prancing. It's gonna be like that. Like just this is good. This is pure gold.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds. Correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone. Did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
Oh, it
So
gets
it would
worse
have been
here.
a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call. I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I
Okay.
mean.
Right.
This
You missed the call.
This is
Right.
sad.
It did something on your phone, and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your
Guys,
iPhone before?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And when you go to your
This is
call logs, it
just-
says missed call in red, correct? After your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and
No.
so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
No. you get a
And of course,
notification.
if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that
That's a
phone,
problem.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You'd get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No,
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail,
right.
which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
Oh, boy. How talented is your butt?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so
God.
we can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
Well, so your butt and your face are the same.
The
That's what
phone
you're
locks
saying.
when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes. I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right?
The thing that is
You know
tough
that.
Yes.
is that every person knows these things. Like, I've got violin students that are 5, 6 years old that know these things, that would be able to answer this. And they, if you tried to tell them you don't know, they would look at you like you're stupid or you're lying to them. And, you know, it's just, it's tough because, like, people, I don't know what people are thinking if they think they can get on the stand or not on the stand and lie about not understanding like a missed call or like how to get in your, like, at this point, like if this was 20 years ago, it would be different, you know, but it's just not plausible now.
Where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
I
And if
agree,
you tap on
Candace.
recents,
This
those
is
are
all
the
being
recent
scary.
calls
I
that
agree.
you've had, you've
I
either
agree.
received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye.
I will
You got to say
say-
goodbye and hang up. You got to tap
Sounds like there's a lot of tapping involved.
it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained. No, it's different.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
22 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could.
I don't even know. I mean, this is just painful. I butt dial people often. I mean, there's so many problems there, right? Like, dude, what are you doing wrong then? Maybe like what's happening? Like, how is this? And like, how would anyone? I just feel like I think you would never hear somebody say, right? Like, I don't understand how the circumstance under which that would even be possible for someone.
Could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So, Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well,
here.
you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
You know,
I think one.
the reason he doesn't know is because why? He got rid of the phone. Because it was, and also because it wasn't confiscated and searched properly like it should have been before he got rid of it, right? Let's start there. But in other words, it's his own fault, Mr. Albert's own fault, like that he doesn't have that information.
One of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Didn't he
You have to hit a
just?
button.
I think Alan might have missed an opportunity there because didn't he just say he didn't know anything about the colors of green or red being involved with the call or not? Like he was like, I don't know about. He was just like, you have to go in. I don't know. Now he's like saying now he's mentioning green or red.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't need to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
I
No,
love.
I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by
Right.
you. Isn't
Right.
that right?
It did.
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
It did.
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered
love
the
it.
call?
I love it.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Judge.
Your Honor, if I could have
The
one or two
judge
more
is like,
questions.
this is too painful. I can't take it anymore. Like, he's dead. He's dead already.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
No,
At a
you're not. You're
prior
trying to
hearing
not answer the
In
question.
June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote,
Objection.
I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I'll
I don't-
allow this, and this is.
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone.
There
You're
it is.
aware
I
of
mean,
that as
that's
well.
it. Yeah, it's good.
Yes.
Good. Alan, you're good. You proved it.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Does anyone want
Can I
to
look
guess?
at this?
If that refreshes
I mean, you guys probably already know, but if anyone hasn't seen this already, does anyone want to take a stab at who the first person he calls is? Do 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 well, I think, if you guys want a hint, actually, I'm sure nobody needs a hint. Yeah.
your recollection with the court's permission?
Yes.
He's like, I'm
At
not gonna let,
7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
there it is. He's like, I'm not gonna let the nightstand get in the way. Like, let me back it up. Hold on. I was talking over it. Hold on, guys.
Right.
So good.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission?
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have
Didn't
6
he
siblings
laugh?
and
Stupid.
5
He
kids,
knows.
right?
Yes.
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
Yes.
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is
This
laying
is
dead or
good.
dying on your lawn,
Yeah.
the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Yes.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you.
I mean, I think he gets to this, but to me, the bigger thing is not about what did they talk about. It's like, this makes no sense. I mean, I remember we heard about this earlier. I don't know if it was in opening statements or if it was like with another witness, but like we knew we heard about this. And I remember being like, God, that like, I feel like in my mind, it was one of the first times I heard about Brian Higgins, but it was like that, it was through this context of the fact that like he was called right away. And like, Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, like, don't really have any real ties apart from like, I guess what we know so far is really just that one time at the bar, right? Like I'm trying to remember. They weren't really friends, right? From what we know. So anyway, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I mean, I remember being like, that was so in my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, like, oh yeah, this is weird because he's like, that's the first person he calls and there's no reason for it. So that to me is the bigger thing, but I think he gets there.
You told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Why though? Why? Why?
Albert, I have a couple of more questions.
I mean, it's more important for him to learn than your other family members or other people who were there that actually knew him better, or or for you to call. I mean, the list of people who should be notified before Brian Higgins would be very lengthy in this case, right? With everybody having ties. I wish he would ask him what the reason was. I don't know why. Like, that should have a follow-up question of why. Like, what's the reason,
Questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and in the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5
The other
minutes
thing
and 47
too,
seconds.
I will say, is those butt dials. So those would have happened in terms of the timeline. Those would have been after Brian Higgins is known to have already been at the police station, right? Because he I think they have it, it's like his key card or whatever is at 1:30. So I don't think we know yet what time he leaves, if I recall. This was from a long time ago that we heard it, but either way, we know that these calls, these butt dials in the middle of the night would be after he had already gone to the police station.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57
For some unknown
a.m.
reason at this juncture.
Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
That's interesting too, right? He calls his brother Kevin Albert.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. and spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course. It was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a
Same
lot of
here,
phone
how
calls being
there's
made.
That part where there's no mention of the victim. It's a horrible situation. There's no, I mean, it's insane. Again, even just it's a fellow law enforcement officer. He makes it out almost as if they're the victims, right? But like not even in like a way of like loss or grief, but like in a way of like inconvenience. Like this was just awful because we had to go through all this BS, right? And it's almost like, dude, at least be appreciative or grateful that people like broke the law to keep you off the hook for this. Like, there's not even any gratitude, man. Like, at least be grateful that, like, somehow you're not technically on trial yet here, you know, because people covered for you.
To a lot of people
Literally what
because
it's
of this
everything
horrible
pointing to,
situation.
you know?
And the
Like,
point is,
again,
Mr. Albert,
just want to clarify, like, y'all know, I didn't have any opinions going into this, but everything is pointing to that this is, you know, there's a lot of fishy stuff going on. That there, you know, we don't know enough information about anything to know what they're hiding, really. Like, because the prosecution has no theory yet of what happened. But what we know is, like, clearly they are hiding a lot of things that are significant. So
those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case and it was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation that you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the
Again,
colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this?
how many times, man? I should have been keeping track of how many times he gets impeached with his statements. I mean, it's a lot, man.
Issue in June of 2023.
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows. Question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. Is Wally going to be able to save him? What do you guys think?
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes.
And you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe.
In my opinion, it's insane that I guess, okay, it's not surprising really knowing him, right? But like, it's still knowing him, even knowing him, despite knowing him, it's still surprising that it's like, this is what you're starting with, really? After all of that, this is what you're starting with? You know?
Correct?
Like, in other words, it's like, even when you think he can't disappoint you anymore, he finds a way.
No, they came unrelated to
Sorry, Lolly. I hate to say
anything
it.
I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
I mean, none of this matters. Why are you? Why? You bigger fish to fry, Lolly. Look at him squirming.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything.
You know, I will say this much. That Jen is going to have to take the stand. And it's going to be really interesting because in order to justify or make excuses for other things that have happened in this story that they are all telling, they're having to all, like, there's certain things that have had, like, there's certain things, right? They had to be like, oh, Brian's birthday, there's that, right? Well, their other thing is with Jen, right? He keeps saying that there's a lot of this stuff because she was distraught and blah, blah. Like, it's going to be really interesting when she testifies because we've not seen anybody distraught for this, except for we saw some emotion from obviously John O'Keefe's family at the beginning. And then there was some genuine testimony from, like, you know, the Greek couple. And like, but from like the people who were there that night, nothing, except for the fact that they seem to be agitated, inconvenienced, you know, it's just, so it's really interesting because you hear how he talks about fellow law enforcement officer and saying like, oh, like this was Jen was so upset and distraught and I wanted to comfort her. It's almost like what's weird about it is it's missing this part where he's recognizing, if that's true, why someone would be upset, right? Like that's what's weird about it because there's no acknowledgement on his part of the emotion of finding a dead body or losing someone that you even if you haven't met them. I mean, it's like this whole thing, it's odd that there's just no, like, it's weird because even if he didn't have any type of emotional reaction, which, I mean, obviously it doesn't make any sense that he wouldn't, right? Unless there's something else, because again, even just fellow law enforcement, right? But even if that's still the case, it's weird that there's no acknowledgement as to why someone else would have an emotional reaction, if that makes sense. Like, that's why this stands out to me as odd. It's an odd way to talk about her because it's still like ignoring or distancing from everything that happened that could cause her to be that way. It's just a weird way to talk about it. But again, the other thing is when she takes a stand, it's going to be interesting to see, are we going to is there any real emotion? Because he's certainly talking her up, right? So, you know, pressure's on for her.
Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No.
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
Not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the...
Okay, So I left this part in because this is another thing that's really interesting. Like, let me back it up again real quick, and then I'll explain. Hold on. Let's hear a little bit. Let me hear this again.
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate.
I didn't go back far enough. I need to get to the part where Lolly says what his statement is.
All I meant was that
At your home
Here we go.
on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
no,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers.
All right. So the question is that Chloe's not great with strangers, right? Now he's saying she's not overly affectionate with strangers, and let's hear what he says after this.
She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs.
So now he's changing it to where it's the people, right? Like not everybody likes dogs because she's a heavy dog. He's not asking you how the people feel about her. It's about how she feels about them, right? Like this is so insane to me.
So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
That's not it. That's dude. Sorry. The people aren't the ones that potentially attack. It's not the problem isn't that humans attack the dog, right? That's not what's in question here. Also, let's even say it this way. There's no controversy over whether or not humans are friendly towards the dog or not friendly towards the dog. It's whether the dog is friendly towards the humans.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your...
Again, Lolly would have been better off not asking these questions because these answers that he gave just make it worse.
house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
I'm sorry. This is a sergeant detective for the Boston Police Department who doesn't lock his doors, right? And has some security. And I guess to our knowledge, also doesn't have any security cameras. Also, there's that. And has outdoor lights, but, doesn't even bother to replace the bulbs if the bulbs go off. Or the bulbs don't we have to hear that again. This is just, I'm sorry. It's too much for me.
There were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
So sometimes the bulbs, it's even worse. It's almost like the bulbs are intermittently work. Have you guys ever had lights like that? I've never heard of that. I've had a lot of lights, in my life that I've used, lamps, lights of other sorts, whatever, being a human on planet Earth, we all use lights. Have you ever had a light that just sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work? I mean, unless there's some sort of electrical issue, right? But that's not the case, right? I mean, light bulbs don't, he even says bulbs specifically, right? Bulbs don't just intermittently work and not work. In my experience, I mean, it's like you have a light, you have a light bulb, it works for a number of years until the light bulb burns out and then it doesn't turn on, or that bulb doesn't work. It's not going to just start working again. You have to replace it. But again, this is just so laughable. what the hell, right? Like you got an unlocked house with lights that don't work or work sometimes, which is actually in a way worse because it's like if you know they don't work, then you can. Well, I guess in that case you wouldn't have an excuse to not replace them. Maybe that's why he tries to sell us with this bullshit. Like, well, I didn't replace them because sometimes they work. Again, it's just stupid. But like, and then of course there's like no security cameras that we know of, which honestly, even if there were, I would say it's still not plausible. Like that's not going to save you. Like, and you're, like I said, you're also a target, right? Being law enforcement and having a huge house. So I don't know. It's pretty silly to me.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
Another thing I wanted to point out, and I don't think anyone else has said this. This is interesting. Did you notice he uses the word murder with this police officer? And, it stands out because you know what? We haven't heard much in this trial at all. I think we've heard it once. Was the word murder. Have we heard it more than once? I think it's to my recollection, we've only heard it once, and it was in the prosecution's opening statements, and it was right towards the end. But it's like, you hear it and it's jarring. It's like murder. Wait, what? And it's like, then it's like crazy because it's like, oh wait, this is a murder trial. But like, we're not hearing about murder with the trial. You see what I mean? Like we're hearing that word in a completely different context about something else. And it feels jarring because it's like, you hear it and you're like, oh wow. And then it's like, I don't know, hopefully that kind of like, it's just interesting. And it's interesting that language is not being used with the victim, who is why we're here, right? Like he's not saying that, he's not used to, whenever he's referring to John O'Keefe, he doesn't even use the word victim. He just talks about the incident or that night or whatever. He doesn't even need to talk about John. I mean, it's just wild. Anyway.
Did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was...
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where
Say.
Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give.
This is objectionable.
There was nothing I could do.
You were asked some questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
Oh, there it is. Like I said earlier, it's so funny. I forgot that. I like that because again, I have a hard time listening to Lolly that much. He's just the lollygaggle. So I didn't even know he says this. But again, like I said, I was like, I know there's a point where he brings up that kitchen.
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen?
It's the whole
The
point of
bulkhead
it.
door opens
The whole point of it is to try to tie it back to that's where all the kids were hanging out was in the kitchen.
almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like, that's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what, if any, kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
So this is silly. I think they're trying to suggest that you would have heard it. Well, the only way that's plausible is if that sound is more loud than all of the commotion. Now we know there weren't sirens on, apparently, like emergency sirens, but Karen's screaming, we heard that loud and clear. But any other noise, right? There would have been sound. Chloe should have barked, right? But whatever. Even if she doesn't, let's just say, you know, you're trying to make it seem like that would have been something you would have heard, right? I mean, you know.
That's something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what, if any, security or what if was it open?
But also that makes no sense because it's like, thinking about this questioning, it's so irrational because the suggestion that there's anything happening in the basement with the bulkhead door, that suggestion implicitly means that he's the one involved, right? Like with the questioning, that's why the questioning was to him about him or Higgins, right? So it's just silly that he's like asking him, like, you would have heard it, right? If you're in the kitchen, but like that is there's like cognitive dissonance there because it's like, well, it doesn't make any sense because implicit in the defense's question about that would mean that he's down in the basement, right? So
Open, was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the metal thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
So it's the only door that's locked,
Now,
I guess.
as
in the
far
house, really.
From the bulkhead, you were shown in
You're
that
lucky they
video
were never
a
robbed,
gate
right?
that opens up to the front yard area of the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information, are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
Matt.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes, using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone, and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m. Do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
In reference to the call logs, the phone records that you were shown, the best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
I hate that.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Very briefly.
Okay.
Redirect. Sorry.
You talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which.
It's funny too, like the cell phone reception, right? Another similarity to Murdoch. But what's really funny is like, again, it's not plausible here. It was there. Clearly, they live out in the middle of nowhere, or lived rather. You know, this is just it's just a sad attempt to explain stuff. It's what
Prep,
you know,
probably the last one.
not
You only had
plausible.
one prep
in my
with
opinion.
Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had bad cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
Earlier, he said he couldn't remember where it took place.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right, I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that you had bad cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours, and your conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something, so
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony?
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect?
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's,
What?
some of the questions on redirect, that's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He was
Just,
going to ask you about whether or not you had bad cell reception at the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
There it is with the
Did he tell you what he
incident.
thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope,
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
no.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh,
to
yes,
preserve.
yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for the defense to get access to your physical phone, right?
Yes,
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
yes.
you had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier.
Yeah. I love
Yes.
that. That was great. I'm
The
glad you pointed that
reservation
out.
order from the judge
Yeah,
was
that was
still
good.
in place when you got rid
Yeah.
of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
Ah, nice. Alan, well done.
That's all I had.
Beautiful.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
And that's where we are going to end this one for now, guys. We'll pick up next time. To be continued. We will pick up next time with Brian Albert Jr. Let me put up my my other video here. So yeah, so that's what we got going on. As per usual, I will have timestamps here shortly, and in the video description, I will put in bold anything that I think is like especially salient points of discussion or things that we might have kind of realized or connecting dots, things like that. But yeah, and I hope to have another one ready for y'all tomorrow. I'm trying to keep up with this because I kind of was, decided last minute I was going to start trying to do these recaps and keep up with the testimony. So yeah, so anyway, I appreciate everyone for being here as always. Y'all are awesome. And I will go ahead and roll the outro and hopefully see all of you guys tomorrow.